get a yeehaw? No, y'all can do better than that. Give me one more.
سلام بچه‌ها.
Okay, there we go.
چطوری؟
Amazing. We're going to make history here this weekend, or the teams are rather. In every major, there are these historical moments, those moments that echo in history. After all the confetti has fallen on the floor, after all the lights have gone out, when players become legends. Think back to Olaf Meister standing in that Molly on overpass. Others would flinch, others would move, others would choke, but he doesn't. He doesn't flinch. He diffuses and makes history. Or Cold Zero soaring through the air on Mirage. We all know this one, the jumping off shot. A moment so insane, they painted it on the wall.
Yeah, the year being 2016, the city being Cologne, a city full of graffitis. Well, Simple's No Scope definitely got a graffiti of its own. Doing what was impossible and really readjusting our thoughts on what could be done in this game. But it doesn't stop there. Let's talk about the impossible. Let's talk about this little gentleman known as Stewie 2K and the epic ballad known as the Boston Major in 2018. And so there you have it. It's been quite the run.
I think they still remember.
I don't think they're booing Stu. I think it's a Stu.
I think so as well. They remember, but of course, that was then, this is now.
Yeah, it is now. A new chapter in our storybook known as Counter-Strike. Do eras really count, though, if you don't win a major?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think for Vitality, they need to lift the trophy here. What do you think of that side of the bracket as we wait for our teams?
I would say that I can't be the only one in here that kind of wants to see FaZe and Simple make it to a grand final. I can't be the only one. No, surely I'm not the only one after that. What do you think, Ethel?
Crazy. And all those clips that we've shown, he's the only one who's kind of still here in the playoffs. He's back. Do you agree with people that say that that side of the bracket is a walk in the park?
Look, nothing about this tournament, especially at this point, with all you great people out here watching, makes any of this easy. Nothing about this is going to be easy. They're going to be up there sweating, and they're going to be trying to get the job done. But with that said, I think, Austin, are you ready to meet your contenders? No. Are you ready to meet your contenders? Well, let's do it. Let's go ahead and bring them out right now. One of these teams will be your Blast Major Austin Championship.
ارکستر داشتن ما ندیدیم اینو ما ندیدیم وای پشمام چت
Team Spirit.
This is what every player fights tooth and nail for, to earn the right to play on Counter-Strike's most coveted stage. Major veterans and rookies alike will unite together in Austin. Decree, you were just talking about it. You're still getting those feelings in the pit of your stomach that you're going to be walking out on that stage. It never goes away, does it?
No, it's like my mind and my body is still in there. You know, I've been playing this game at this high level for so many years, and I'm still used to all of it new. And I can guarantee that every player in there right now, they got goosebumps. I got goosebumps, you know, and I can feel it in my stomach. I would always have to go when I went into a game, I could always feel it in my stomach. You know, kind of a bit of excitement, but also the nerves. You know, I got the exact same feelings, and you know, the player walking had it all right. All the goosebumps, the nice atmosphere, and everything, and specifically also players that didn't know where to go when they got down there.
A classic, you know, an all-time classic.
Oh yeah, shout out MOUZ. Obviously, maybe they're feeling the
خب بریم سر اصل مطلب. نوبتی هم باشه، نوبت اصل مطلب چت.
a little bit extra because they're going to be one of our first two teams debuting for the quarterfinals here in Austin in 2025. Two clashes. What's been the outcome of those, Jacob?
I mean, MOUZ have looked great so far throughout 2025, especially when they're going up against Spirit. It's a team from MOUZ that throughout the entire year we kind of got off to the wrong foot a little bit, with Shuhei being kicked, Brolin
here.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, their campaign to go back-to-back begins with a potential win over MOUZ, but MOUZ aren't going to take it lying down, okay? They got, for me, the guy that I would nominate as the Coach of the Year candidate today in Cyclone, standing behind him. He's changed up the veto. I'm sure he's changed up some of their game plans because he's trying to take down the favorites.
You got a bunch of sleeper picks in MOUZ too. I don't think Torji gets the credit he deserves on the AWP. His name isn't held amongst the top at the moment, and it should be, very well should be. Exertion incredible at taking space. A lot of it is going to come down to how well these individuals can manufacture their own plays. Exertion and Torji like to call things in the mid-round. Brolin's going to have to put together a good game plan, but I think they've got the deeper roster than Spirit.
And that's the thing we saw from MOUZ throughout stage 3, right? Sure, Torji, it wasn't looking super consistent from him, but even in the moments when he was down, he was truly bringing the hype to the squad. But today, he's got to be a win condition for MOUZ, right? You can't be sleeping going up against Spirit.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Torji, he's knocking at the door of elite operas right now, but it's Shiro that's the bouncer of that exclusive club. He's looking at right there from the inside out and saying, you got nothing on me, Torji. I know he's had a little bit of a good run. He's capturing some hearts here and there because of the energy that he brings this team, but it's not just energy that wins games, Freya.
Well, is Shiro going to be motivated to be the bouncer today, or is 2024 Shiro where he's tight to sit a little bit back, have impact when they come to him, or is it 2025 Shiro where he's going to step up to the plate and actually make things happen on the map? If you get that Shiro, MOUZ is in a lot of trouble because Donk Shiro 1-2 punch, impossible.
Have you been liking the evolution that we've seen of Shiro? You know, we kind of classified him as a more kind of passive AWPer back in the day, you know, taking maybe a leaf out of Device's book. A little bit more aggression shown here and there, right? You like what you're seeing?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like Shiro is finally looking at how to start a round, okay? Because he was one of the best, if not the best clutcher last year, but at this point, he's a new weapon in the shed in terms of openings. The way he's looking for picks, the way he's weaving around utility. Before, he'd get flash, he'd just go back into spawn, okay? He's looking to save already off of one flashbang. Now he's going to take the fight to them through a molly, through a nade, through a smoke. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, great clutcher as well. Good on the rifles. Shiro's got a complete package so far in 2025. Going to be very dangerous. And Spirit, I mean, you could just go down that list. Donk as well. You don't even have to touch on him because once you add him having impact on the early stages of the rounds with an AK on the T side, and then you get Shiro's off working, that's where Spirit does their best work. That's where Chopper can start working the map and make MOUZ feel real lost. So they have to be careful they don't let Donk go nuts. They got to be careful they don't let Shiro off the hook either.
You mentioned a really good point, right? The fact that they did lift the trophy in Shanghai wasn't just down to the stars showing up to the server. The supportive cast for Spirit, so far, I guess they haven't necessarily been required in stage 3, but this is where they have to be shown up.
Well, and that's the big question now. Is it because you didn't get tested, because we didn't see you have to go deep down and look at those performances from Zontix, from Magix, are you going to be able to do it if that's required here? Is that going to be something you could manifest as a team? We'll find out, but I mean, the Spirit, I think if they get into that kind of a position, I think they'll be upset with how things have gone so far.
Even though the supporting cast of Spirit has taken more of a role in delivering them victories, I still see it as Donk just on a single lane drag race versus the other side of MOUZ, which is a 5-lane Texas superhighway where it's just a spread out, balanced effort. Everybody's getting there at the same time.
And I feel like they haven't necessarily been putting foot to the floor just yet, right? We've talked about the fact that MOUZ, they had to pull off the reverse sweep to even get it here. That's a rarity to see teams do to actually make it to top 8 of a major playoffs. Did that kind of throw any alarm bells into the mix for you, Maui, or do you think when they're on the stage, we can, you know, worry about MOUZ no more?
I think our stats guy, SEO, pulled it up that it was only about 18% of teams are even able to bounce back from a 0-2 to qualify for the next stage of really any part of the major. So what MOUZ has already done is a massive accomplishment, but I feel like that one day off where they lost those 2 BO1s, to me, that's a fluke in the wrong direction. The real MOUZ is one that's going to be able to test the best teams in the world through best of 3s, which is the way that Counter-Strike should be played.
And also, I mean, you'd be crazy if you didn't have alarm bells going off when MOUZ is sitting there 0-2, but you'd be equally crazy if you didn't look at their bounce back going 3-2 and qualifying through after that devastating day 1 and be like, that's damn impressive. And we talk about the majors all the time, but it's about peaking at the right moment, and MOUZ had to build up to that peak. They had to struggle and fight for it. Now that you get into the playoffs, this is exactly where you want to be playing your best Counter-Strike. I think the fact we haven't seen it out of MOUZ yet is okay, because if it comes in here, they're looking at a semifinals.
We've talked about the aim on both sides of the equation, right? But let's take a minute to, you know, touch upon the brain behind both of these machines, because for Chopper, you know, he's proven it. He's got this squad around him. They've already lifted a major trophy. But for Brolin, right, let's just throw it back to the beginning of the year. We were scratching our heads thinking, why on earth? Brolin, in-game leader, really? But look at him now.
I did not think that Brolin had it in him. I didn't think that he could lift these kinds of trophies. I didn't think that he could be the mastermind behind the operation. He's always been known as being quiet. This guy couldn't even play next to people that are too loud sometimes, okay? He didn't want teammates that would chime in too much, but now it seems
he's surrounded by them.
A win by committee, a group of guys that are all trying to call their own shots, call their own numbers. You got Torzy yelling to your right, you got Exertion calling for his entries on the left of you, and thankfully, I think that Cyclone is giving him such great shoulder rubs and imparting so much wisdom that he's actually going to be able to bring something to the table tactically, which will test Spirit.
You got to play a little bit loose. I think Chopper's got another, like a completely different problem when you look at it. It's not about like getting all 5 players necessarily involved. It's finding ways to set up your stars and Donk and Shiro with your supporting cast, and then the pieces that you can work around the plays that they like to make. MOUZ is much more, how do we get all these guys firing on all cylinders? Chopper's got one guy he's really got to worry about.
Yeah, and that paid off in dividends when we look back to Shanghai. Let's not forget, though, we do have a major champion sitting on the far right-hand side of the MOUZ camp. Spinks, questions as to why he chose to be departing Vitality. I think he got some answers for that in the first couple months of the year.
Spinks has been easily their best mid-round player. Such a great force at finding the way to slither into the defense, find that one gap opening that Brolin needs in order to call the finishing mid-round.
Well, gentlemen, I think we have waited long enough. I think the crowd have waited long enough as well. 7 years in the making for this very moment. It's time to kick off our first quarterfinal here in Austin.
7 years, folks, from Boston to Austin. We're here, America, and we've got one of the most stacked playoff brackets in memory, especially on this side. And we're talking about the odds favorite in Spirit versus MOUZ, the underdogs. They've got a major champion, but they're going up against the returning champs with 5.
Yeah, returning champions. That's the chip on their shoulder when it comes to Team Spirit. Of course, this one's about a tale of hot and cold, whether or not MOUZ can recover after the slow start. And so here we sit, steps away, as there are now 7 matches between now and the trophy lift. One for every year that this great nation has waited for the return of the major. Austin, Texas! Let's get this party started!
خب به نام خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم با بازپخش تورنمنت بلست آستین میجر مرحله کوارتر فاینال پلی‌آفز بازنده حذف و برنده محلی برای صعود خواهد کرد. رقابت بین دو تیم موز اسپورتس در برابر تیم سپیریت. هر دو تیم مدعی قهرمانی هم بودن. شیرو موفق میشه فرست بلاد رو از آن خودش بکنه، کمی برمیگرده عقب، یه لحظه خطرناک شاتش رو هم میزنن اما موفق به گرفتن ترید نشدن. سیفور پلنت میشه برای سرخپوشان موز. دو بازیکن در نزدیک سیتی سپون پشت اسموک، سه بازیکن اسپریت هم اونجا حضور دارن.
Bomb about a third of the way gone. This one's still just that low burn, and here we go. This is what we want. The bloodbath about to begin with the wide swing.
حالا خطا باز میشه. ماجیکس دانک خود دانک دابل کیل برای این بازیکن و حالا تورجی ببین میتونه کارتسی بکنه یا نه. آمارش رو داره. نفر اول رو چه کار میکنه؟ تک به 4 تبدیل میشه تک به 3. در حال دیفیوز کردن سیفور هم هست. چاپر کارو تمام میکنن بازیکن اسپریت و نخستین امتیاز در اختیارشون قرار میگیره.
Control, they get it and they lose a player on the way, but that's where the whole setup lies. And then you see Donk come in. Okay, this is the guy who somehow has fallen out of the narratives when we're talking about Simple in this playoffs and Zayu in this playoffs. So Donk is right here. They had no problems last stage. He has so much X factor. Vitality reference him as somebody that they're scared of, or Spirit, even though they have not had trouble beating them as well.
Full force.
Leave it to Donk to start us off on the right foot for Spirit. Mid control instantly here for MOUZ. Two important players in this match are going to be Zershin
top mid. 4 بازیکن MOUZ هم اونجا حضور دارن. زانتیکس
connector crawls is such a focal point of Mirage.
در نزدیکی کتواک.
You can see already Zontix and Shiro taking a little look at it. Zontix just waiting for a chance to gun him down. Always allude to it, that beautiful duo that Zontix and Donk kind of brought to the center stage.
زانتیکس در مقابلش بود اما
This is kind of the primary weapon right now. It's one of 2 gorillas on the map here for the T side, and they really want him to find a kick before they move in.
بازیکنان
an
MOUZ
active defense, but they're pushing where MOUZ aren't.
سرعت بازی بسیار پایین. 50 ثانیه زمان. شیرو
Spirit fans in the building.
این رو نگه داشته. کمی داره میاد جلوتر. یک مالی دیپ. دانک سر تغییر پوزیشن بده. شیرو میاد توی فایت. موفق به گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. چاپر ترید رو انجام میده. تو ادامه کار تلاش بشه بیشتر بکنن. باز هم دانک موفق است به گرفتن فرک روی بام سایت. سر داره پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ بکنه. موفق به گرفتن فرک هم میشه و زانتیکس از راه میرسه. کار رو تموم میکنه. اسپریت موفق توی گرفتن دومین امتیاز. سلام
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the CT setup was pretty perfect in a position where MOUZ are looking for a very early fight. They didn't find the mid-control counter defense. That's what they were initially searching for. And by the time they breach connector, they don't have enough resources to actually make a compelling argument about this split. Instead, they're just hoping that the frags come in, and that's where actually Donk comes in. So, again, having a good, fast start here, 5-0.
این مران سوم.
Okay, well, Donk can sit back. Actually, no, Donk won't sit back.
But یه لحظه اومد بالا.
With an insta-dink.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, MOUZ have proven that they know how to counter
سنگینی و خورده سرعت.
برمیگرده عقب. That's been their story. They did it with utility a few times. They've really been able to neuter players like Donk and Donk. I'm sure he's fully aware of that by now.
دارن تو پیستول بسنده کردن برای راند سوم.
When a team is so sort of structured around your play.
یک بار دیگه 4 بازیکن توی
HP. It's going to be late bout of mid control now for the T side.
مید شیرو برولن.
That's an emphasis on the should be.
فقط سوی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک.
Only 60 damage for Brolin, who answers with a headshot. So this is 2 Deagle headshots.
Yeah.
Except for Donk survived his. Could already be a 5 versus 3 for MOUZ in a round. They have 0 business winning.
جهت بازی به سمت بام سایت بی.
Chimes in, but Brolin's going to be the IGL of this team, picking where they end, and we've already got the A-ramp push in for Spirit. So even though they're down a player, they're making the map feel very full right now.
حضور دارن. دانک هم در نزدیکی بام سایت هست. 5 بازیکن آمادن برای رو حمله به سمت بام سایت.
If you ask Spirit, so we'll see what happens.
It's one thing to read it, it's another thing to stop it. Still some utility to do exactly that. Blinds a couple players, stutters them at 20.
استفاده میکنه حالا نید رو پرتاب میکنه زانتیکس FHB دابل کیل برای بازی کن دانک از راه میرسه ماجیکس هم یک دابل کیل میزنه با باز هم اسپریت موفق گرفتن امتیاز.
They knew that you were coming in. You had Zontix release that HE at the perfect time. The rotations were there. The players were in place. It required a couple of crazy shots like this Deagle kill to make a bomb plan happen. Forget about the round. MOUZ struggled a lot to get to this position, and like Falcon struggled at this major, but outside and before the major had no problems proving that, they could be the top 2 or third best team in the world, and we don't really know where Spirit stand in that, as they were the ones who made Vitality
MOUZ رو شاهد هستید 4 AK و AVP در رسون تورجی
where it was at. It's definitely the hardest opening stage for MOUZ at any CS2 major so far. It's still a team that we featured in all 3 playoffs of all 3 CS2 majors. And so it really is about rebounding here in Austin. That's the entire game plan, taking it day by day, map by map, round by round. That's what these players have been alluding to in order to find the mental fortitude to make it happen in Texas.
You can see there's definitely a very keen eye about mid. And exertion. When it comes to top 5 teams, his stats really taper off a lot. When it comes to Spirit, MOUZ are quite confident. But again, that's why we're focusing on this right now. Mirage is a very
interesting هم مسلح شده به AVP. دانگ توی استرز اکسپشن حرکت میکنه داخل کانکتور.
Now we'll find out who is the hunter and who is being hunted.
Again, they get their hands very close to grabbing this A site, but Donk's gonna remain.
دانک موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک کلی هم پرتاب شده مجبور میشه کمی پوزیشنش رو عوض بکنه سریعا فشار بیشتر بکنن چاپر کاری از پیش نمیبره دانک مسلح شده به AK فشار دارن بیشتر میکنه خود دانک دابل کیل برای این بازی کن به دنبال گرفتن فرنک های بیشتر دانک چه دابل کیلی زد 10 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده نتیجتا امتیاز 4 را هم خواهیم دید در دستان تیم سپیریت جیمی و اسپینکس هنوز موفق به گرفتن فرنک نشدن تا به اینجا
Two CTs waiting at the bottom of connector. They couldn't have traded out 1 for 1 and then scored a plant off that kill. So here's a clear mistake. Look at the shoulder peek, right? He gets vision, just a glimpse over the top of that smoke and then turns that into an instant kill. Xerxin doesn't even have time to react. You know MOUZ are going to come out with a strong game plan. They're going to be thinking about what Spirit are going to be thinking about. But so far, MOUZ have not got the fights they're looking for, right? They're ending late round in the A site, and it feels like Spirit are more comfortable with that.
Tricky smoke and the frag right after. You see Torji step into that. There goes half of his health. Not going to be comfortable opting out the rest of this round. And obviously pressure on him as one of the 2 players that saved in the previous.
Down
to $50 off the save. Keeping this gun. Widows comes out a touch early. And Zontix has his to counter. Of course, CT's got a little bit more utility to work with. And now he's going to look to punish.
نید خودش استفاده میکنه نید بعدی هم از راه رسید بینکس
And I like that Spirit are not just keeping it tidy playing back, they're still playing very active.
Just close enough.
When's he gonna die?
Close enough to react.
سانتیکس به خط باز میکنن همینطور دانک که ظرف فشار رو بیشتر میکنن جیمی دابل کیل برای بازیکن 2 بازیکن دیگه کماکان روی بام سایت حضور دارن چاپر خط رو باز میکنه سعی رواسا رو خط خودش بکنه باز هم چاپر موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن ماجیکس تمام میکنه باز هم امتیاز در دستان تیم سپیریت.
Yeah, I think Torsi's got to wait. He's waiting for his sort of a team to win a round so he can really get involved in the comms. We know how much he's prioritized bringing the energy up, but it's very hard to do that before you've even won a single round. Good try from Jim Powell. We've also called him the question is, consistency since Spinks has joined the team. He's started to taper off a little bit for sure. But Mirage is top of the board for MOUZ. It feels like a surprise pick, but the last time that they played this map, Shuhei was on the roster. Since then, they've had an amazing showing with Brolin on the team. And so it was sort of natural, and I'm sure that actually Spirit could have seen it coming.
You know, as tactical timeouts.
But this is not a good sign for MOUZ. The quickness of these rounds, the fact that everything they're searching for in the first 30, 45 seconds, Spirit are not giving them anything. It feels like in terms of game plan, Spirit are one step ahead, and the right players are online right now. Donk 9-1.
It's nice to see that in the round, Donk dies first in. Instantly, we're calling Chopper into the action, and he's got a multi-kill to offer.
راند ششم شیرو خط تاپ مید رو نگه داشته نتونسته تو لند بکنه توجی موفق تر توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرای میتونست ترید بگیره اتفاق نیفتاد.
Now you got to start thinking.
And they find a bit of space. This walkout from Spinks.
Again,
skin shown towards mid draws the eyes of Spirit. And this connector fight's been happening time and time again, but the walk up from the ramp's gonna flush to them. Donk decides to reposition.
چه فرصتی از دست داد.
Spinks comes out from ramp, finds that full focus towards mid. And it is a solution for MOUZ.
Yes, so one missed shot from Shiro. An opportunity here as Donk is pushed over top of the stairs because Chopper goes down without a kill. Neither of them are very aware that someone could be coming up the ramp. Spinks missed his first opportunity. That's the only reason Chopper shot back. And now MOUZ are on the board. And now you sort of have to see a change of temperament here for MOUZ. They have to take this emotionally now that they're on stage, now that they're down 5-1. They have to take this and try to garner enough energy to make it into a streak. I think this is huge. And we'll look to the cams and we'll look at players like Torji to see if he's going to champion that sort of mood boost that the team needs in moments like this.
نه از نخستین امتیاز در دستان MOUZ.
This is the first miss from an op.
Yeah.
So far, and you know, I love the killer instinct that Donk always has, but look at the full focus on him from top Tetris as well. We watch from his POV, we think maybe he'll get the better of Spinks. There's no denying Donk was dead in that situation no matter what.
We don't have a Palace player, but I appreciate the two players walking into the ramp. Exact same time they're coming up connector. We've seen very heavy connector presence, but not that many splits.
So there it is, the first. Question now, of how many?
Yeah, without Mirage, I don't know about this series. You know, they've gone into overtime so often in their matchups.
حال کن اون استیج رفتش ما تو استیج آخر از چه دیگه استیج سوم رو گرفتیم.
It's not been sustainable.
Molotov for the cat play. That's going to open the door for MOUZ. This is different.
I like this actually set play. They call this out a spawn. This
پیاده میشه سوازیکن اسپریت هم اونجا حضور دارن یک مورد دیگه فرهاد شد تا سرعت رو کم بکنه. شیرو و مجیکس موفق دو فرگ پیاپی برای اسپریت سعی دارن بازیکن MOUZ فشار بیشتر بکنن روی بام ساید اما هنوز نتونستن بیان داخل. زانتیکس پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ کرده تو ادامه کار فرکو داره برمیگرده به سود بازیکن MOUZ. دانک از راه رسیده موفق هم هست تو ادامه کار. باز هم جیمی کارسازی میکنه برای تیمش. جیمی یه فرنگ دیگه وای کواد کیل. چطوری این راندو اسپریت از دست داد؟
And that's off of the back of what was originally a successful hold out of Spirit.
Halley to take over immediately after these 2 rounds. One, you have to respect it. Here's a moment where Shiro could absolutely have won these last 2 positions, but they still have this 3-round lead. They want to balance these 2 thoughts. I think for Shiro, it's like, okay, I gotta make sure my shots connect from now on, but I should try to stay calm because we gotta act like we're here winning, and they are. For MOUZ, they're now building up a bank account. This set play kind of falls apart at first, but the recovery, I think, inspires a lot of confidence. And Shiro, he doesn't miss the whole round. He gets a great first shot. But it's a second multi here for Jimmy in this game.
I love that one moment of hesitation from Jimmy when he jiggles on the window and then decides it's time to jump on Donk.
دو اسپریت این راند از دست بده بعد سیو خواهد.
Jimmy jiggle, that could catch on.
Hell yeah. If he's going to pull plays like that out with it, deserves the recognition.
I like that we test Shiro again. Oh,
Shiro این بار.
Yes. Had a little bit of slack to make up for, right?
بیلیک شاتو میخوابونه روی اکسرشن 4-5 ادوانتیج در اختیار سیاه‌پوشان
We're getting good
اسپریت.
variety out of Spirit. I mean, we've seen a lot of mid-control defaults, but like we just saw 2 set play tactics that were actually quite layered. That one almost felt like they improvised it as they went, but you could see there. Oh,
at the major.
It is a major playoffs, guys. That's just not the best time to do that.
اسموک ویندو میس رفت تو پلی‌آف میجر.
And we have to understand that even if you miss it, it might not affect the round from the perspective of Spirit, but for MOUZ, they're relying on it to either block information, guarantee a play, mentally this slows everything down.
It's also just such an indication to probably some activity outside that window, especially with how often MOUZ have been trying to throw that.
Yeah, good point.
This looks like a revert back to kind of the opening moves that MOUZ were going for. Again, positioning Spinks outside of this window. His job won't be made easy thanks to that nade.
And then it's break جیمی میاد داخل خدای من جیمی رد شد از روی دانک اما زانتیکس با دابل کیل پاسخ میده ماجیکس هم موفق تورجی تو محاط تک به 4 قرار گرفته کاری از پیش نمیبره چاپر اجازه ادامه کار رو بهش نمیده.
You know, this is Spirit at their best right now. I mean, where there's not Donk, there can be Zontix, and we see the adjustment from Jimmy in that moment was a great shot. I mean, that's a shot that normally Donk's hitting on you. He's not aiming the right spot, but his flick is so perfect. This one's right to the head. But it's all kicked off by Shiro, so the trades after are even easier. And yeah, I mean, it's an amazing snap, but look at the cleanup crew here in Zontix off of Cat.
ران نهم 6-2-4 امتیاز اختلاف توجی مسلح به AVP با شرفیک تاپ مید در کنار اکسرشن.
He would have been economically devastated if it had just been that one round.
When you're banking on an entry like that on Donk, it's a shame that we're not getting Xerxin kind of in his zone yet so far on Mirage.
Yeah, you could see that he's been focused on in some of these early portions of the round. Oh man, Shiro. Listen, he might be missing, but the amount of
opening
everywhere as well.
Sniper team Spirit.
Taking a shot down through connector. Catching first blood to the favor of Spirit. But a couple of bodies up in Palace. Great
flash.
Both of those players, both in con
and over towards Palace.
Easy pickup. What the hell do you think you're going, Zontix? Sent packing, and this one, MOUZ find an answer. And that flash on Donk totally neutralized them on the stairs.
Yeah, I think, and again, utility, when they think about Donk, has been such a key for the MOUZ game plan. You have to highlight that flash. It's made specifically for that position. It's not catch all. It doesn't blind everybody on the site, but when it goes over the stairs like that, there is nothing that Donk could do. Even with his reaction time, you cannot avoid that. So, real perfect play. So, I mean, the fact that Jimmy gets so much credit here from his kills is one thing, but he also threw that flash.
فلش مستقیم واسه استرس پلیر بود. اصلا هیچ جای دیگه قرار نبود فلش کنه. فقط رفت دانکو بگیره.
Now, even the best players are going to have habits. There's only so many ways to play a site, and you see a moment like this, and there is nothing that Donk can do if he's going to be in one of his normal spots. That is usually very effective. Great counterplay here for MOUZ.
It's been a very slippery T side, I think, from MOUZ. Haven't really seen too much repetition. Barring that round where they revert back to connector entry.
6-3 میشه اگریسیو دانک ناموفق نیاز به ساپورتش ساپورت ها کجان سپینکس به موقع خطا باز میکنه تعیین فشار بیشتر بکنن جیمی باز هم موفق یک فرقی دیگه برای سپینکس دابل کیل برای این بازی کن و زانتیکس تک به 5
That's the one they were fishing for the last few rounds. No chance to fight back again.
Here we go. MOUZ had to fight for an opening in this T side. Out of the gate, we said Spirit looked like they were one step ahead. The way they leaned back didn't give MOUZ what they wanted.
زیر فشار سنگین و برولا.
That is such a great recovery already.
MOUZ have opened this up. 5-0 start for Spirit out the gate has suddenly cooled off.
میزنه و این هم از امتیاز باز هم در رسانه MOUZ. بازی عجیبی.
This is Donk getting clipped.
He makes it up fast, but you can see immediately how intent they are taking over cat control. And if there's one thing MOUZ has been able to get away with, even if they've lost later in the round, it is taking over mid.
جیمی چقدر قشنگ داره بازی میکنه. یک بار دیگه جدال بین دو اسنایپر. تورجی موفق‌تر. ادامه کار. ماجیک تو همکاری از پیش نمیبره. باز هم تورجی. چرا هیچکی نمید اسنایپر ریکاور کنه.
Dare I say it, MOUZ now starting to feel like they're in full control.
Finally got a force-up situation at a Spirit. Money's going to be terrible next round too.
اسنایپ داشت شد نداشت از من دقت نکردم. اسنایپ نداشت
if you want to hang on to this
MP9 and 5.7
and MOUZ, all they're thinking about is how do we not blow this situation. They're in a great spot with lots of time.
Antics و چاپر.
Really feels like the first time in this half that MOUZ can just take a step back and breathe. Not trying to keep their fire as bright as Spirit came out swinging with.
سموکای استرز و جانگل هم پرتاب شد.
Shit hasn't even started yet. 2 great days of quarters coming up. Another solid kill here.
باز هم موفق دابل کیل.
Money won't matter too much.
With the scout, of course.
اسکات
A little unfair to compare it 1-to-1, but Torji looking real damn ready.
Halley took that attack pause after losing 2 rounds, but it did not stop MOUZ for figuring out how to get back into this game. And now because they've won these last 2 and they've got this force-up win, it's the easiest round yet coming up.
5 در حال سیو کردن 5-7 شیلد خودش و MOUZ در پی گرفتن امتیاز بعدی. چه شروعی رو داشت تیم اسپریت و چه ادامه عجیبی.
We all have a fear that someone's going to choke in playoffs, whether it's MOUZ, whether it's Spirit who could just break, whether it's Mongols on the other side. We just don't want to see that. We want to see teams take it to 3 maps, fight their hardest, because we've also seen the peaks of all these teams that can also choke, and we know that it's always the stage, it's always the pressure that makes it way worse. But in terms of how good their CS is in the practice server, in regular matches, we know it's top level. Everybody's been gearing up like crazy in these last few months to catch up to Vitality. And they're not a team that we see choke.
When Falcons failed, there's a lot of people that believe, well, now the door's wide open for a Vitality. Some have forgotten that MOUZ were also able to push them. Just the shakiness in the States that made those MOUZ doubters a little louder. But here we go, final round of play. And if you had any doubt that MOUZ were not going to seize this opportunity in quarters, 5-0 start for Spirit.
Execute آیتم ها سرازیر میشه به سمت بامسای دانک توی اسموک. موفق توی گرفتن اوپن فرانک، اما کنترل بامب سایت رو از دست دادن. دانک برگردن عقب توی اسموک سعی داره کارسازی بکنه. شیرو چه شاتی رو میزنه تو صورته. رولان توی ادامه کار 3-5 کار داره سخت‌تر میشه برای MOUZ، اما ادامه کار باز هم دانک موفق. تورجی جواب میده 2-4 سعی دارن خطا رو باز بکنن به سمت بامب سایت. اسموک کراس بامب سایت پرتاب شده. اسپینکس دابل کیل برای بازیکن و حالا تورجی تو مارت تک به دو قرار گرفته. نفر اول شکار میکنه تک به تک دانک در حال دیفیوز کردن و 7-5 نتیجه بازی توی نیمه اول به سود تیم اسپریتس با 2 امتیاز اختلاف به پایان میرسه. سلام جم جی وزو چه خبر؟
It's feeling like MOUZ had really retaken the momentum in that one. One final round at the end of it, stolen away by no other than Donk. We are in the beating heart of Texas here.
دلیل خاص درس 12 تا شده قبلا 15 بود. امورد 12 با امورد 15 دلیل خاص که دلیلش
At the end of it, somebody's lifting the trophy. Trophies have been an elusive thing for MOUZ. For Spirit, returning major champions in the server.
I think what we saw this half was just two very honest score lines in terms of how good the other team was. I think Spirit, even though they let MOUZ back in, MOUZ really had to earn it. Yes, there were a couple missed shots in there, but that's going to happen. That happened to MOUZ too. They had a couple of heroes emerge. I think Impact had a great half overall. His trades were really key in those first couple of wins. And now they're back online.
There's that flash thrown out by Brolin.
میریم برای ادامه کار ران 13 هم اسپینکس موفقیتاً اوپنینگ فکتور انجام شده توسط چاپر.
And so suddenly for a second that B site looks real lonely. Brolin's going to throw himself over.
ایران نیست ری برودکست.
We got two in connector right here.
ایران لایو نیست آجا.
Yeah, it's going to catch him off, huh? Towards the insertion inside, Khan really taking the wind out of their sails with a follow-up headshot on Chopper. This pistol comes crumbling down around
شکار شدن و حالا زانتیکس تو وقت تنک به 4 قرار گرفته.
Trying to fight out of this, but well tethered here are the MOUZ players.
Yeah. I mean,
بچه هم تموم میکنم از کار MOUZ موفق تو گرفتن پیستون راوند.
And that trade came in with a great flash from Spirit, but the first one was good too.
بکنم میخوام جذابیت بیشتر بشه. کلا من به نظر خودم که امورد 12 از امورد 15 بهتره واسه مخصوصا کانتر.
MOUZ are the ones who are I think a little bit nervous of that
خیلی طولانی بود امورد 15 مخصوصا موقعی که بازی حساس میشد مثلا تازه تو 15 میرفت اوورتایم. خیلی طولانی بود. بعد اون موقع می‌خواستن بیست آف 5 بذارن اصلا وحشتناک میشد بازی.
MOUZ T side following through their CT
side. مثلا یه می‌بینید 8 ساعت یه دونه بازی داره طول می‌کشه. کلا به نظرم خوب بود که امار 12 شد اما مشکلش اینه که میجر فینالش بست آف تیریه. این نباید بست آف تیری باشه. همه میگن نباید بست آف تیری باشه.
CT side were so content to just lean back and not give anything over. Torgy's running a bit of a risk here, carving himself a very easy looking path to join up with his teammates. And
چطوری مرداد؟ چه خبر؟
You know damn well there's nothing else over towards B nor top mid, so all they can do is push.
موفق.
That's the only A player.
All they can do, he said.
Just don't die here, Spinks.
Desert Eagle shot cracks open the bomb site.
رنجی داشت زانتیکس چه جوابای عجیبی دارم میدم بازیکن اسپریت اصلا نتونستن ادوانتیج رو حفظ بکنه. اکسرشن از راه میرسه و کامبکی که تکمیل شد. هفت نتیجه بازی
but you don't know if everybody else is just ready for a V-pop. And so there's 4 guys still holding on just in case the rest of the attack is going to come through. It's a good moment here where Spirit just decide to get out and they hit this amazing shot. Obviously, it's Donk once again.
Great coverage here from Zershin to really push it over the line.
Yeah.
Still.
To be honest, the plan's a win in that position.
Adam, the bait was sexy, yeah. Adam, the bait was sexy from a point.
Yes, sorry.
Nice,
Bro, but I hit insane shot to be honest.
That's what we want to hear. You know, you got like MOUZ having fun, really enjoying this moment, and that's a tie game, which didn't seem like it was possible a few minutes ago.
راند هر دو تیم تورجی مسلح به AVP بازیکن اسپریت 5 AK.
Torchi's got his and he's been hitting hard with it in Austin.
متمرکز هم شدن بازیکن MOUZ سمت وسط.
No denying he's picked it up since.
All right, so we got to watch this connection here between Chopper and Donk, and it's actually MOUZ to peel back. Spinks is kind of the loose piece that's actually able to fight into middle, but he doesn't have support from connector. And so now we have to look at these protocols from the CT side as they start to wrap around the perimeter of the site. There's no extra info on a push on the extremity right now, though. Spirit are building tension.
Connector exertion.
In these moments where they flash retake mid and they don't see everything, Spirit are getting a little scarier. How close are they and which side are they going to?
میاد جلو یک فلش عالی دیگه با چه فلشی دارن میندازن. بازیکن MOUZ سپینکس خطو باز میکنه موفق تو ادامه کارچی رو تید رو انجام میده اما هنوز ادوانتیج رو از دست دادن 3-4 اکسرشن داخل اسموکی کانکتور 25 ثانیه میشه از زمان باقی نمونه زانتیک سعی داره حرکت بکنه باز هم اکسرشن موفق 4-2 بسیار بسیار سنگین دانک و شیرو هر دو بازیکن مسلح به AK باید سیو هم بکنن.
Even though they don't see anything in middle, they turn that to the A ramp. They make sure they find someone.
امتیاز 8 ادوانتیج رو حالا داریم در دستان MOUZ.
That's just wonderful, and you can see where those flashes are popping as well. They're specifically for one person. They're always finding that guy.
Look at this thing of beauty right around the corner.
یکوشی شد. آها راستی کانتر جدیده رو کی بازی کرده؟ جدید که
but you can tell that he understands there's going to be someone there in the right corner.
If they are there,
به نظر بال میاد.
Torchi opening kill. Easy does it on Zontix. Chopper just chucking some flashbangs, looking to fluster Jimmy. Takes more than that.
Yeah, Zontix peeked that real early. We were talking about around 2 Tech 9s left here for Spirit.
تورجی موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک.
Zershin though gives up half his health. Frag grenade's gonna just barely chip away at it as well, but again activity coming up from MOUZ this time. Donk's gonna get the better of it.
That's
a great refrag.
And even within these last 2 rounds, Zershin also getting the MOUZ kill 1 round ago. Even when Spirit try to put that squeeze on site, when they try to prevent the movement, the mobility of MOUZ, they're losing bodies in the process. So 4v3 for MOUZ. Still time for Spirit to crack this A site open though.
They're going to have this whole left side of the site open, and the idea is coming in this way. They've got a gun they can run into, which is smart. It's the second layer to this. CTs are not really putting an emphasis on protecting it. But they've also got numbers. They want to be careful. They're watching the Palace run out right now.
MOUZ certainly signing up for allowing Spirit to get away with this.
It's kind of like
zero contact over towards Palace.
How much site control are they comfortable with? Because they might walk into this.
Got a player still up top. That's presence spotted. Bomb's gonna get planted. Also gonna get set. The blaze
بلند شد سیفور پلند شد ولی 2-3 شیرو یک سوینگ.
Now again though, bomb is not planted for Shiro, and we've already seen the shortcomings of having to come back around to default, and so Shiro's not going to play that game. He's going to extend. He's going to look for a little love out here somewhere on that side. He times it to
یا خیر ماجیکس
and it gets away from him.
این اتفاق نمیفته. جیمی سرپنجه داره بازی میکنه میراژ. سرپنجه لگسی نه اون هنوز ریلیز نشده.
Let that fly.
Classic offensive.
Here's that first kill. Too easy, too early here for Zontix coming at the ramp, obviously.
یه ماد است.
You'd have to be a mind reader to know that Torji would start there. That's not going to happen all the time. It's just good team play, and you know what? When you compare Torji and Shiro 1-1 over a long period of time, it's not even close. Shiro's having a way better year. He's a way better player. Torzi is taking a lot of attention because he started taking on his emotional leadership role in the team, and he's been a very good opper for sure. But still, 1-1, you can't compare it. In this game, however, Torzi's scoreline is handsome. I think he's almost up to 16 kills now.
Finally, a Dragon Lore unboxing. No, to say Torzi, you know,
look, it's 15 and 6 in this game.
Phenomenal. I mean, Shiro definitely more so established, but the growth that Torzi has shown as a player and a person. That is a leader for MOUZ.
راند 17 9-7 امتیاز اختلاف به MOUZ.
Again, at least his presence.
This is a real show
اسپریت
of
این راند اگر بدونه
MOUZ to come back into this game in this way.
پاشتن بمب از دست بده MOUZ میتونه تا 11 بره
talking
جلو.
about lucky entries, nothing like that. Great team play, excellent flashbangs.
من فیسی با ایکلک بازی میکنم. یه دونه تی سی پی میزنم 3 تا یو دی پی میره تو.
They have been the star of the show.
داد می. اون دیشب تست کردم.
Torzi giving us a new opening start here. Eyes off Cat. We don't have MOUZ thinking about retaking mid control just yet.
Might come down to the wire though. 40 on the clock.
برولان
Bit of presence shown inside connectors.
به بام سایت او تایمینگ خیلی مهمه. برولان موفق‌تر 2 تا فرک زدن اصلا قبل از اینکه چاپر حرکت کنه به سمت جانگل. باز هم چاپر تک به 3 و کارشو تموم میکنن. سیفور پلنت نشد. شانس بیشتری داره MOUZ الان بتونه امتیاز 11 هم رو از آن خودش بکنه.
I feel like they were a little low on grenades at the point that they went for connection control. There's no cat molly as they're going in for the split. They start to think they're maybe a little low on time. Roland makes a very good pick here, but that Torzi shot should not have been possible with that split coming in. And then they start to lose a hold of all of the regular spots on the A side as well. And I think, you know, in the first half, the story was the reverse, where Spirit weren't fighting them in mid. Now, I think Spirit were hoping that they would come in early.
Back to the pistols goes Spirit. It's been a long time since we saw that success. 5-0 start to a 7-10 trail on this T side, but
put it this way, they need this eco.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna have to fight for every single chance. Sershin dropping some supportive util over towards middle, but then eyes turn towards Palace as that frag grenade takes a good chunk out of 2 of these players for Spirit. It does nothing to slow down the cross out from Tetris. Roland's gonna run the risk of going over top.
رولان کمی ریسکی دابل کیل برای او. تورجی از راه رسیده. سعی داره باز هم برک بزنه که این میاد عقب‌تر، نیاز به ساپورت هم تیمیاش داره. 2 به 4 چاپر، یک M4 ریکاور کرده. پوزیشن اکسرشن میتونست خوب باشه اما چاپر از راه رسید. خود چاپر دابل کیل برای بازیکن. 2 به 2 میکنه رونده کارو. جیمی از راه میرسه تا بتونه فرق بزنه، موفق نیست. چاپر کماکان پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ کرده. چه اسموکی هم پرتاب شد، داره میاد بیرون. تورجی موفق تر. 33 ثانیه زمان. شیرو تک به 2 در برابر جیمی و تورجی. و حالا
Great round here from Torji. The pickoffs are beautiful. 4v2 should not have been possible.
هر کاری می‌کنه نمی‌تونه اینجا پلی برن.
Shiro of 2 minds there, not sure where to go. A bit of flip-flop.
نه من اصلا سرور دوبی بازی نکردم، چیز اروپا بازی کردم هر گیمو.
What a game here on stage for Torji. Yeah, that was the moment. I mean, it's stressful to have to make that. You see that Windows getting smoked right behind you. The last second change up to leave the site.
My God. We could be talking about a flawless CT side if MOUZ can just collect 2 more round wins.
راند 19ام.
Good dinks coming up.
چاپر سعیدش بکنیم فرقی موفق نبود. ماجیکس دانک فرق. اوه دانک دابل کیل. چقدر سریع زد اسفینکس. خدای من اسفینکس دیلیت شد.
Slick snap towards catwalk.
He always finds a way to shine through.
We saw a near 2 versus 4 come together a couple of times already, so let's see if MOUZ can piece this one together. Zontix though, gonna do what he does. Leans back, plays it cool, never ever flustered.
سوی رسانه فرانگار جیمی تک به 4. 45 ثانیه زمان. بام سایت A خالی. میتونه در سریس قرار بگیره.
Not flawless.
Not flawless, no.
من اگزیت لگ رو به اروپا تست کردم.
What a diamond Donk is. That
second
kill on Cat.
متفاوت بود. قبلا 1-1 می‌ذاشتم، این سری گذاشتم 1-3.
He gets traded out. It's a fine position for MOUZ, and instead you have this flick that, I mean, you're talking about a head popping up over the railing. You can barely see.
But it feels like operating in the minute like that is just, that's what Donk does.
I mean, like we look at the stats on this game for Shiro. He's 10 and 12, but he's had so many quality kills. Lots of really important frags, lots of openers, great refrags, hard shots, and everything like that. But when we talk about sheer volume of frags, obviously it's a tale as old as time. Donk far ahead. A lot of his teammates are lagging here. And unfortunately, we can hone in on a couple of early moments where Shiro gets an opener, but then the really important one a little later he missed. That's what let MOUZ back into this game.
Yes, sir.
But since they got back into this game, well, it's just been theirs ever since.
Watch this shot.
Oh, wow. Wow. You know, the player we all wish we could be with a rifle. Insane.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
But MOUZ aren't scared about it, and that's the really unique thing about them. I think that's the really impressive part about this team with Cyclone behind them. Their tactics are wonderful.
سلام آجپیمان گل، چطوری؟ خوش اومدی؟
And they have proved that they can crush
بهترین
superstars.
پروپلیرز اصلا فقط میشه.
This is also MOUZ now with a major champion in their ranks. The biggest signing MOUZ as an organization has ever gone for. It's no longer just a playground to grow. This is a roster made to now win. And there's no denying Spinks every single day is waking up to give his troops the talk that they can do this. So one measly round from Spirit's T side.
Oh, راند 20 بازی.
3 one-off round wins sprinkled in ever since they had that 5-0 start.
But still, even though it was this long streak,
we're
talking about Xerxes, no money, Spinks on $50.
شیرو منم 4 امپور ایوان و MVP در اصل تورجی.
For Spirit.
And they decide to go all eyes on A. gonna be big pressure.
سریع با احتمال فشار بیشتر بکنن روی بام ساید. دانک موفق تو ادامه کار. میکسشون از راه رسید توی اسموک موفق 3-2 میکنه روند کار رو ادوانتیج رو پس میگیره. اسپیکس فرقی بسیار مهم و حالا شیرو تو حالت تک به 3 نفر اول چه کار میکنه؟ تک به 2. ببینیم اگه میتونه کلاچ بکنه یا خیر. 50 ثانیه زمان.
Donk may be a world-class opener, but Shiro is Spirit's closer. And as he fake plants once, it's a reposition. 30 seconds on this clock. What you think of Shiro? Runs the risk. There's no the wall bank's gonna take him down, so he could still close this. But now he's gonna have to dodge whatever other bullets come his way.
پلنس میکنه تغییر پوزیشن بالای تیکت در ارتفاعات سپینکس.
The respect as Spinks had peeled back so much. It's
چه
giving
راه
Shiro time.
درازی رو داره طی میکنه تا خودشون نزدیکتر بکنه به بامستاین. شیرو بفور هم بلنس کرده. ای وای که این نیست میتونه بسیار گرون واسش تمام شه. این اتفاق هم میفته. اسپینکس موفق و ماوز امتیاز 12 و مپ پوینت مپ اول رو از آنه خودش میکنه.
That was the perfect play from Spinks at that moment, because if you go out wide, even if Shiro, hits that shot, he has to shoot when there's 1 second left. You're not going to get back on cycle while that bomb's getting defused.
یادم نمیره 650 تا آخرش شد 650 تا کانفیگ ویتوره که روی ویتوره این من بود ویندوز. 650 تا.
We were looking at this game 5-1.
It's 5-0 start. Donk is immediately on a tear. We said how long before he dies?
راند 21 یک امتیازی میخواد.
Required for overtime.
ماوز تا نخستین مپ رو
Probably feels like 6 with the momentum
به سود خودش به پایان برسید.
Nice save.
Trying to chase it up the catwalk. Spinks is gone. Bit of damage out through the smoke from Zershin. He is everywhere, and he got his hands on them through the smoke 1 round ago. But again, it's a deep position here from Spirit, and it is MOUZ lying in wait, eating flashbangs in the process.
It let him by, but not up into connector.
خطرناک میشه. کنترل جورج رو سردارن در اختیار بگیرن. ماجیکس موفق. جیمی حالا خط رو باز میکنه تو ادامه کار. جیمی میتونه باز هم کارزی بکنه یا نه. سرا یه ایکی هم زد تو گوش چاپر و شیرو موفق تو ادامه کار. 4-2. جیمی میتونه کارزی بکنه یا نه. آمارش رو دارن سریع فشار رو بیشتر بکنن تا C4 کریر بتونه خط رو رد بکنه به سمت بامزاد. این اتفاق هم میفته. ماجیکس میره برای پلنت C4. جیمی و رولان میرن برای سیو کردن دو رایفل تا توی راند 22 یک بار دیگه شانس خودشون رو امتحان بکنن.
And it's marginally scary here when Jimmy gets his first kill, trades out to the AK, smokes himself off, but they do a good job of making sure that that's the last fight that he can take. So Spirit very much in this game, and again, these, I think, compared to a lot of head-to-heads, they just go to overtime so often. It feels like Spirit are getting into a lot of spots where their setup is good, their staging is solid, they're getting the map control they're looking for, but as soon as they try to turn that over into an actual site hit, MOUZ have so many answers for them. Here's one spot where they earn it back and they show that they can take over a site. But I know they don't feel like they have MOUZ scared. They don't have them figured out just yet.
You can see Torji caught off that round by the lurk through Chopper.
So MOUZ, a well-prepared team. Cyclone takes a pause. We are draining them here. Last moment for Hallie to get involved before overtime, if that even takes place.
هر دو تیم تمام تکتیکال تایم‌اوت‌های خودشون رو استفاده کردن.
Not a bad first map, huh, Austin?
Yeah.
Blessed with Counter-Strike all weekend long, but we go back into this one and look at this buy. Ooh, it ain't pretty if you're MOUZ.
Yeah, that's kind of wild because they invested heavily in behind these saves. Off that pause.
رانویس دوم اسموکی ویندو پرتاب شده اکسرشن.
That was just insane. A beautiful pickoff here.
این دو موفق شد اوپنینگ فرانک رو بگیره چی کسی رو هم زد دونک.
A first opening kill, and of all the people to get caught off, you've got Donk down.
Yep.
And so if the tale here is going to be that Spirit is more than Donk, time to prove it to the rest of the squad.
That's the prize possession. We're going to go for some elevation, it looks like.
موفق و جیمی بالای
He's going to get the headshot. A couple of very key off kills from Shiro in these last couple of rounds.
Was he watching that with a hawk side, or did he adjust? Either way, it was important.
I mean, his snap into connector last round tells me he can hit anything at the moment.
As great as that tactic was, we are looking at a round now where MOUZ are talking about a FOMS, a 5-7 here. They only have a scout. MOUZ are probably reading the spy and thinking, like, they've shown us some strength with that M4 kill, but they cannot be fully stocked.
Zontic's waiting it out. Here it comes. Ooh, his test bested.
Yeah,
I think they slowly need to increase their grasp as we get to 40 seconds. I think MOUZ know what's going on. Crazy spot for this scout to be in.
This would have to be a gnarly round from Torji. And
باز میشه توسط خود زانتیکس. تریپل کیل. اکسرشن یک بار دیگه تنها باقی مونده 3-1. اثبات شد توسط چاپر پیاپی هم اثبات شد اکسرشن.
Yeah, we're talking I mean this makes OT feel a lot more likely. We'll see if there's some kind of crazy eco round coming up here for MOUZ. But for now, Spirit are just going to hope they can get this last gun down. Spirit's running, Search's running out of spaces that he can stand it safely.
What a squeeze this will be.
Yeah, he's in the market.
اینجا شات رو لنز میکنه تمام بازیکنه
Spirit.
MOUZ غزل خداحافظی رو خوندن توی این راند و اسپریت موفق رو گرفتن امتیاز.
Perfect perch, and it is a snap from Shiro.
Maybe they blew it open when he started shooting, or right when he got in the window, so it looked like he was supposed to be smoked out entirely.
Good on Zontix as well. Gets through that 5-7, seizes the moment inside that A site. And so barring something miraculous here in this one, we're going 24 rounds in the opening map.
سک بازیکن MOUZ روی بام سایت A.
What a treat this would be. USPs on the field for MOUZ, but look at that radar, folks. We are talking 10 players strong inside this A site. I'm not going to tell you MOUZ have this, but they have gambled to the right bomb site. And Spirit are about to have a bit of a rude awakening, and they've gone past the player.
باز میشه چاپر دابل کیل برای این بازیکن.
They all get found out. Spirit sweep them out of all the
زانتیکس هم موفق خود زانتیکس.
So just like MOUZ in the
آره تمام میکنه اسپریت داره برمیگرده بازی.
24 rounds on Mirage.
Absolutely. Time to take a breath for everybody on the server. There are no timeouts here for round 24. They just have to go off of what they know. We have a crazy buy in the mix that allowed Spirit to get back to this position. They survived a lot of real economic tests to actually make this possible. Didn't feel like OT was possible, and now it is seeming very likely. We're going to see what MOUZ have to work with. No op.
So Shiro hunts for it.
Yeah, Shiro's got a significant advantage. They need to really focus around him in this position.
Like you said,
نیمه دوم اول. بشن کمی اگریسیو. داره میاد جلو اکسرشن چه موقعیت رو از دست داد برولان این موفق تر خود برولان دابل کیل برای بازیکن اسپریت هم موفق تر 4-2 حالا MOUZ فرصت این رو داره تا کار رو تموم بکنه زانتیکس سر از یک اسم برولان خط نگه داشته زانتیکس چطور این دابل کیل رو گرفت داره فرار میکنه به سمت بام سایت بی اما سیفور دراب شده شیرو باید سیفور رو ریکاور بکنه داره میاد به سمت بام سایت ای داره ریکامیت میکنه به سمت این بام سایت از مالی خودش استفاده میکنه اما جیمی پوزیشن خوبی رو اتخاذ کرده 2-2 میره برای پلنت سیفور شیرو اوورتایم خواهیم داشت پایان بازی تورجی داره از راه میرسه. زانتیکس تایمینگ بسیار مهمه. تورجی داره خطو رد میکنه اما زانتیکس موفق تریپل کیل برای بازیکن. جیمی تو ماده تک میدو قرار گرفته و تو رد کرده به سمت بومسوی در ارتفاعات. وای چه اتفاقی داره میفته توی این ران. جیمی تک به تک. ببینیم میتونه کارسازی بکنه یا نه. جیمی خط نگه داشته نیومد بیرون. زانتیکس حالا میاد بیرون. آیا تایم داره یا نه؟ تایم نداره و بازی اوورتایم کشیده میشه. 12 وای عجب بازی بوده. دیفیوز نداشت آخه. اون دابل کیل و زانتیکس چجوری زد؟ اینجا چجوری جدی دابل کیل زد؟ ای وای چطوری آجا میرسه؟ باشه اومدی.
What a second half Zontix has had in these last few rounds, and you can see the stress now for MOUZ. They had this one locked up.
MOUZ به محض شروع اوورتایم از تاکتیکال تایم خودش استفاده میکنه.
But the coaches are allowed back in, and Cyclone doesn't waste a moment.
Hey, you know how many words Hallie has for his roster as soon as that attack starts. My goodness, what a round 24. And we saw how close that last 2v4 got.
Now
it's making more sense. Yes, sir.
So we replenish the coffers. The cash
بریم برای نخستین راند اوورتایم. تورجی خط رانده رو نگه داشته. دانک در مقابلش تورجی موفق تر.
There have been a lot of rounds where Donk goes down first.
Yeah, like look at the position that he would have been in. Hard to get out of. Lots of nades coming their way.
چاپر.
All 100 health taken down by grenades off of the opening.
وای راست میگه. HP 100 دو تا نید و یک مولی. حذف دیلیت شد چاپر با دو تا نید یک مولی. اونقدر فرصت نداشت که اسمو به موقع بزنه زیر پاش فندر.
That was not easy. That's how you can tell Torzi's focused. Spirit say we like a challenge. This round is still in play.
میسرف وای خدای من.
Nightmare difficulty actually Spirit say.
تورجی خط کانکتور رو نگه داشته. شیرو در مقابل او.
But you know what? There's still room to actually make something happen. And there are no eyes on middle. The split is going to the other site with that pickoff. Two players here, but they are paired up in the back of the site.
Look at this position. I mean, Spinks, assuming he doesn't fall off of this.
Look how far they'll walk up because of this.
Oh man, Magic is inching his way ever closer.
They're avoiding the vision of Jimmy.
This is going to be another close.
MOUZ fumble it. سریع‌تر بیان داخل. ماجیک سالا استرایک جیمی. بک سایت نتونست کارس بکنه. 8 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده تو ادامه کانکسرشن. وای خدای من چه امتیازی دوباره برگشت در دستان MOUZ این بار.
wanted him to come out of that window, but there was not enough HP to defend that jump. Scary moment. That plant could have come in, and it would have been a 2v1 in the wrong direction. Nice shot from Shiro in the end, but day is saved here for MOUZ. They catch the first of overtime. But even just Spirit bringing that close from 3v5, I think they'll still be pretty proud of that moment. This is a reset for them. And this is a game where there aren't really stress breaks. When these two coaches are talking, it's going to be tactical and you know it. It's an awful start to the round or fantastic depending on what perspective because, my goodness, the utility for MOUZ.
Counter-terrorists.
We just don't know how to feel right now.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster here. MOUZ tick upwards.
We've got very healthy scoreboard right now in terms of who's fragging, who's at the top.
Certainly feels as it should be. Curious if Spinks gets a little more into the action as it goes on. Low util here for Brolin. He's going to get active down that ramp. Smokes up in the apartment, which allows for Jimmy to inch ever closer too. Man, this is movement from MOUZ. They've definitely had the more proactive of the two CT sides.
Again, this pairing, Jimmy and Spinks, over on B site, Mirage has been pretty solid, especially for Jimmy today.
With all that vacancy over towards the A site, Jimmy starts to get a little nervous.
This split is so constricting. That's one shot I don't think you can afford to miss.
You said he was kind of leaving some out there, and he's going to get chased down. Absolutely pinched Jimmy back from bench again. And finally, Donk not dead in the opening fight means he's got impact in hand.
There wasn't enough vision. It actually came down to Spinks, right? He wasn't deep enough, but actually now there's a chance for a retake. We're talking about overtime. Zershin's going to go the long way around through the back.
Luckily for MOUZ, they win that first round in overtime. They can afford to be swept out.
Are Spirit going to maximize his post plant? That's the question. Zontic, pressure on you, buddy.
Playing behind the shelves, Brolin, no nades. It's going to be gun in hand, and it's a free delivery for Zontix. Deep market positioning.
That's pretty cool because they have Shiro watching cat, so no one can walk up on Zontix behind him. They have that early warning system. This time on the bomb is going to bleed down. That's a response from Spirit and a very strong one. And actually, I think the least convincing start to a round for MOUZ that we've seen in some time.
Trying to chase the kills here, Torzi. What you up to?
Everyone's gone.
He lets them know he's nearby. 2 survive for MOUZ, 3 on the side of Spirit as they go 13 rounds all.
At least going 1-1. The money won't be stressed, I think, for either team. But this is a very good approach out of MOUZ, or sorry, out of Spirit, taking over middle. There's a single point of failure in this round. That's exactly what you're trying to find as a T side. And as soon as Spinks gets that info, he wished he had a deeper angle. He wished they had more vision on mid. He wished someone could trade that off shot because falling back to get right was not the solution. Not with how fast Spirit were going.
Even the bench player wasn't able to help. Donk gets a chance to fixate on both frags.
Back up to the B apps. He relies on going unnoticed, right? It's really important for him to get 2 kills.
Yeah, does his best work in the shadows. Spinks very quickly back onto an M4. To hell with the scopes, he says.
Man, this is a really interesting moment. It's the same thing as last time.
میگم پرتاب شد اکسرشن دونک برو اکسرشن دابل که برای بازیکن چه سرعتی داشت رد و بدل شدن فرک‌های بازی چاپر باز هم ترید به سرعت انجام میشه این بار توسط برولن دابل که برای او حالا زانتیس تو مات تنک برسه قرار گرفته کمتر از 40 ثانیه زمان C4 با فاصله زیادی از او دراپ شده.
Last time they tried something different by having Spinks on off because it's overtime. But he's now in ladder room. He doesn't really play ladder room that often. It's a great spot for him. And even though they take him out, he has way more support this time. He's rifling, which is a lot more.
دست گم اثبات کرده باشه. بله 14-13 نتیجه بازی توی
well done.
اول اوورتایم.
They responded so well to everything that was wrong about the last round, and Spirit said it's overtime. We might not see another T side. Let's do the same thing again. They dressed it up a little differently, but it was a focus on the kill split.
It was this. Popping open that smoke grenade, fully exposed to Zershin, and great rifle control on his behalf.
Yeah.
2K mow down as they take it all.
So you imagine if it was the last round and that shot was missed.
Right.
And then that happened.
Sure.
They would have still saved it.
Oh yeah, back turned to Zershin like that. He's going to eat you up every day of the week.
MOUZ have proved to be fast learners in this game, and it's paying off.
First to 16 for the win. 1 round here secures that second overtime for MOUZ.
خب راند 4 اوورتایم جابجایی تیم ها.
Already trying to take it to top middle.
او چقدر زیادن با 4 بازیکن تیم اسپریت سمت وسط متمرکز شده بودن. خیلی سریع هم بازیکنان MOUZ از فرصت استفاده میکنن برای به کنترل در آوردن بام سایت ای. اسپینکس جدا از هم تیمیاش تورجی موفق کار سخت میشه برای تیم اسپریت. کماکان رو خط نگه داشتن با زمان زیادی از دست داد زانتیکس توی فلنگ فاصله هاشون خیلی زیاده تا بام سایت.
This is going to take an enormous mistake, but you know what? Zontics maybe finds the only route that they can pull this off, but he might have to start running. We'll see.
Bombs off for either player. Jimmy and Torsi are going to have no line of sight on this bomb.
Wait, you can see that.
The player with the kit. Oh, but he misses his chance.
وای من تو ادامه کار جیمی نه وقت نداره شیرو وقت نداره سنایپش هم از دست داد و موز موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز.
That could have been Zontics jumping out to plant. That was the only way to win. He shut that down. Actually a good attempt, close moment, and good start actually out of Spirit. With the trades coming down this way, that's exactly what you're hoping for.
And all that time burned off while the bomb was going down.
And if that first spray obviously was a little better out of Zontics, then everything happens sooner.
15-13 یک بار دیگه موز رسیده به مپ پوینت. اسپریت 2 امتیاز پیاپی رو نیاز داره تا بازی رو بکشونه به اوورتایم دوم.
This is going back to how the game started with Spirit just kind of leaning back and allowing MOUZ to get that close to sites.
I mean, this Mirage has had everything, you know, like lots of tempos, lots of variety inside of middle.
Big position changes. You know, sprinkle in a 2v4 in round 24. And then do it at a major playoffs in a packed house in Texas. What more could you ask for?
Maybe some barbecue?
Sold. What's up, Terry? Nades in hand. You can see it coming if you're on the MOUZ side. This is looking like a hard hit. And Chopper's going to be at bat first. Just
ببینیم که چه خواهد شد. چاپر موفق گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک تورجی ترید رو انجام میده. 4-4 مجیکس روی بام سایت پوزیشن خوبی اتخاذ کرده بود. دانک از راه میرسه. دابل کیل برای دانک. برولان دابل کیل برای او، اما زانتیکس اجازه ادامه کار رو بهش نمیده و دوباره یک امتیاز تا اوورتایم و یک امتیاز تا لوگوی Cloud9.
From Boston to Austin, baby. And it's this one moment really slows everything down. Yeah. All the efficacy of the utility coming out vanishes once that first kill doesn't come out. It's very well supported from Jimpat. He finds the opportunity he looks for, but he can't get the kill.
15-14
map points on Mirage.
Spirit after winning that round. We're talking about Magic's on an MP9.
مپا بچا میراژ داستان نوک هستش که این مپ رو موز پیک کرده. اکسرشن چه تایمینگ اکسرشن تو ادامه کار. دانک بازم موفق تو گرفتن ترید از آیتمای خودش استفاده میکنه. سعی داره ریسکی بازی بکنن، جواب هم نمیگه. برولان موفق تر. شیرو داره میاد به سمت استرز. شات های ریزردش لند میشه. سوپر کلوز رنج تو ادامه کار. آمار نفر بعدی و هم داره سرن فشار بیشتر بکنن. تورجی و جیمی موفق تو مثل زانتیکس و منجیکس در نزدیکی هم. پشت تیکت یک فلش. سعی دارن فشار بیشتر بکنن بازیکن موز. ببینیم موفق میشن یه دونه امتیاز رو بگیرن یا نه. جیمی میره برای پلنت C4. اسپیکس خط رو باز میکنه تو ادامه کار. زانتیکس موفق تک به 3 نفر اول شکار میکنه. تک به 2 اما C4 پلنت شده از اسم خودش استفاده میکنه. زانتیکس جیمی باش پی 33 پوزیشن خطرناک. چه تایمینگی خط رو رد میکنه. زانتیکس نگران پوزیشن ها هست. خطا نگه داشته نتونست شد اول لنز بکنه. زانتیکس سعی داره فشار بیشتر بکنه تو ادامه کار. خود زانتیکس موفق. آیا میتونه این تک بسر رو کلاش بکنه یا خیر؟ میره برای دیفیوز. وای خدای من دیفیوز شد. باورم نمیشه بازی رفت تو اوورتایم دوم. تک به 3 رو کلاچ میکنه زانتیکس.
After winning the last round, they come in with an MP9. Water from Stone. Shiro timed that push and started spamming before he could see in that moment. So much trust at every point of this play. Zontics contrast this to Copenhagen when he took too long to pull off a clutch on a retake. Here, he took that time with pure conviction.
یعنی برای اوورتایم دوم به نظر میرسید همه چیز تموم شد اما اتفاق نیفتاد. 15 نتیجه بازی برابر. رولان اگریسیو موفق، جیمی موفق تر، دو فرگ پیاپی باز هم در رسانه بازیکن MOUZ آنتیکس. این بال بیش از یک فرگ نصیبش نشد. دانک خط کانکتور رو نگه داشته. اکسرشن در مقابلی شاتش رو هم لند کرد قبل از اینکه ماجیکس از راه برسه. تک به 3 0 هم پلند شده و فکر نمی کنم ماجیکس بتونه کاری از پیش ببره و امتیاز 16 رو خواهیم دید در رسانه.
The team play has been beautiful. Their site execs are solid. Their trading is fantastic. There's almost no notes for them. The hardest possible challenge here for Spirit. Another fantastic exec, and they come out fast just to show they weren't rocked by the last round. I love that this game hasn't been one note in terms of the way that they approach. And even if they've used a lot of mid control, it's not always to get exertion up in the connector or in the window. It's honestly a rare sight now. They've got way more levers that they can pull on, and they're finding a way to get these opening kills over and over again.
درخواست تکتیکال تایم اوت برای تیم اسپریت. خیلی بازی عجیب شده، اصلا غیر قابل پیش بینیه.
Playoff run ended. It could be you going on to make the finals because you win this map. These two teams can be so strong. They could blaze their way to the finals, and they understand how important Mirage is in this series.
I mean, it's a blessing of a quarterfinal. It's also hopes crushed for one of the two. And no matter the result of the series, this map for somebody is going to be a what-if moment. A should-have-been win. Two players stacked top middle.
Oh.
It's Torji on the prowl while Spinks looks to get active.
And we finally had the hybrid off out of Magic, something that I actually like to see a lot. He's very good with it on Anubis. He's definitely very good with it on Mirage. Saving it for OT obviously makes a lot of sense. But they spotted it once. He
doesn't really have the widest of angles either.
No, it's quite brave to play here, but you at least get deep and early information. So if they cross, you can't just simply get out of the window that quickly, especially Zontix if you catch the jump outs. But if he goes down, I don't know about that.
Not ideal, that's for damn sure.
Now Magic's stressed.
There was already pressure on him. Shallow angle now just stuck behind this pillar. It's gonna have to be some close.
شیرو من مجیس هر دو بازیکن موفق شد تا بعدی هم لند شد. دانک از آن رسید از اینکه بوم سایت اما برولان کارش رو تمام میکنه. دو میشه روند کار چاپر و شیرو در برابر برولان و اسپینکس داره از راه میرسه. شیرو موفق تر و حالا اسپینکس تک به 2 نفر اول شکار میکنه. تک به تک با چاپر.
Ticking. Chopper soon on the scene, and Spinks doesn't know exactly where he's got off to.
Yeah, he's slow to it, but Spinks, he's guessing. Both players, who knows when this opportunity is.
سمت هم چاپر موفق تر ته این کلات تک به تک.
Can you believe those shots out of Magic's?
نمیدونم والا من سولی.
When Zontix dies, right? We saw this happen to MOUZ. When you lose your cat player in that fashion, B-side player is so vulnerable.
What?
What? He just took an attempt.
Okay, Ops are king this round.
Yeah, seriously.
Quick scope out of Magic's, quick scope out of Shiro over towards Catwalk.
2 Ops was the solution.
16 نتیجه بازی برابر.
You know what? That's in CS2. That's one of the best things that's happened to Mirage. Fighting through that connector smoke, it's only so wide where you can run up on Cat. Getting used to spamming that position is now just another tool in the arsenal for these top players. How creative can you get now this deep into overtime, this deep into Mirage?
اون 27 تا فرگ زده زانتیکس 24 تا خیلی زیاده.
We're out of prep.
این من تورجی اکسرشن 24 22 جیمی 21 همه بازیکن‌ها آن فایرن اصلا.
Just hunting down the round that cracks the win open.
You have to find a way to be brand new on the fly.
آیتم های پی به سمت وسط کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان.
They're trying to assemble a similar B split here.
I mean, it's going to be heavy out through the apartments with these two in hand. Jimmy and Spinks on the attack. Donk loses his line of sight. He's got a nade to try to crack it open, but Chopper! Oh, Chopper spams smoke!
رولان دوبل کیل چطوری این دوبل کیل رو اصلا گرفت چه فرار مهدوی کیایی هم زد چیرو سرکا رو برمیگردونه اما کافی نیست اکسرشن در ارتفاعات موفق میشه کارسازی بکنه آمار ماجیکس رو هم دارن موفق در بازیکن ماوز شیرو تک به 4 آمار شیرو رو هم دارن اکسرشن کارشون تمام میکنه 17 16 نتیجه بازی به سود ماوز.
With the way that Spirit had staged the defense in connector up on cat, it's all fine. They're in really good spots to deal with this, but you can see the flashes are placed perfectly. They're aware that someone might push up here. Rowan gets his double. I mean, that was just pure magic.
You spam that smoke with a FAMAS.
Go. Once our early rounds, how we go is amazing. Let's just close the rounds out, okay?
Yeah.
That's all. We're playing so much better than them. I promise you, when we go outside after we win this map, Dennis will tell you how proud he is, okay?
You know what? That sounds truly calm.
Sure. Full control.
And that's not what you always hear
17 16
from MOUZ.
Learning to win is the journey that MOUZ are on in 2025. Learning to survive as well has been their journey here in Austin specifically.
کلاً چاپر پشت تاپید دمه زیاد خورده.
Spirit are a little bit timid, honestly, if you look at the majority of their attacks. We're talking about really slow crawls. They're making sure to have all of their utility in place before they exec. We're not getting walkouts out of Palace leading into doubles. They're not trying to game rotations too much. They're trying to go full strength and hope that MOUZ have set up incorrectly.
چه اگریسیو برولان و اسپینکس
چیرو
خط نگه داشته موفق ادامه کار چاپر چه سوینگ میکنه دو فرگ پیاپی رسیده بازی کنه اسپریت اکسشن سعی داره کارسازی بکنه ماجیکس موفق تر کارشو تمام میکنه جیمی و تورجی تو موقعیت 2 به 5 با موندن یک بار دیگه امتیاز برابر خواهد شد.
And they put the pressure towards the A ramp. That's exactly where MOUZ tried to respond to, but that op was again on point. There'll be no answer here.
It's pretty
amazing how decisive some of the positions that we're finding from both teams.
Now slid 2 players down on that ramp. They knew what they were signing up for.
دانک موفق میشه اسنایپر رو چه کور بکنه وای منفی 88 تا چه وولمنگ یه لحظه خورد تو سره جیمی آمارش رو دارن تقریبا شکار هم انجام میشه عجب وولبنگی.
Sometimes what you're looking for is the 3 rounds in a row in overtime. We aren't seeing that yet.
And so far in this map, we have not seen a round where MOUZ face a loss on Mirage. Spirit survived 6 of them so far.
Their timeout gets used.
MOUZ هم از تاکتیکال تایم‌آوت خودش استفاده میکنه.
I have to wonder what they're going to try next. Very creative. I love it. Couldn't have been a knife. Had to be realistic. All right. 2 to win. 1 for another overtime.
And it's Torzi on the opening angle.
بعدی 17 نتیجه بازی برابر بوده اصلا.
Always got to be careful about announcing yourself. We saw what Brolin was able to do.
The defense. We know that MOUZ are playing back in connector sometimes. They're not pushing up with Spinks. They got lots of info. They peeled back out. I don't think they re-mollied top mid either, so I don't know if there's a lurker. This actually shrinks the map a lot. Now for MOUZ, and this will be a very impressive window smoke as well.
زانتیکس موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک تورجی خط پیت رو نگه داشته. بازیکن اسپریت نزدیک‌تر میشه به سمت بام سایت. حالا با یک فلش خط باز میشه به سمت بام سایت. تورجی خط پرس رو نگه داشته. ادوانتیج در اختیار بازیکن اسپریت قرار گرفته. اکسرشن نگران ارکرشون هست. شیر رو موفق تو شکار تورجی. این بار ماجیکس هم جواب میده. فرک‌های پی برای تیم اسپریت سعی مقاومت بکنم بازیکن ماوز. شیرو یک شات دیگه دابل کیل برای این بازیکن و سپینکس تو نقاط تک به 4.
They don't get the kill at top mid. This is a position where Spirit get information. I think whether MOUZ realize it or not, but they get blocked out totally out of their data on mid control. The window smoke comes in, and it's a very decisive action. Before MOUZ can figure out how to get info back somewhere else, they move into their A setup. And Zontic's taking the first kill, something you also love to see. Someone who can move too slow sometimes here has been the savior. He's honestly the reason that they're even obviously in overtime. What a map from Zontic's this game.
آره به خدای اکبر تو فکر همین بودم من.
And you can see where that opens up, right? The line for Shiro to fight into CT. They have all the appropriate utility. If you're sitting there on ticket and you're not taking some kind of deep angle fight, you're not sitting on triple to really give yourself a peek, which they mollied, there's no way for Torzi to get a clean shot.
So here we go.
Oh man, yeah, this is... We're talking about MOUZ very broke here. We've got a scout in play for Torzi.
That knockout punch is pulled.
They're trying to do a trick in front of the smoke. Will they make a
راند
mistake?
ششم اوورتایم دوم. یک امتیاز تا پایان بازی این بار به سود اسپریت و یک امتیاز اوورتایم. جیمی کلوز رنج MP9 فوق‌العاده خطرناک موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک.
Often off of the back of Donk going down first empty-handed. Here we go again.
I want to say you cannot afford to make that mistake, but how many
Donk رو هم شکار کرده. آیا تیم اسپریت میتونه یه دونه امتیاز رو بدون حضور دانک از آن خودش بکنه یا خیر؟
The team around Donk is the reason that they've still got something to stand on.
They're finding the right call. There's no one here in ladder room. They're still bringing the split forward.
It's within silence that they do make this move. Smoke fades.
حرکت کنم به سمت بام سایت B9 موفق توی فنچه تورجی ادوانتیج رو حفظ میکنه برای هم تیمیاش. اسپینکس و جیمی کماکان روی بام سایت بی بازیکن اسپریت هم همین بام سایت رو مورد نظر قرار دادن. آیتم ها داره پرتاب میشه. C4 کریر توی بی از جیمی خط خوبی رو نگه داشته. اگر چک نشه میتونن امتیاز رو از آن خودشون بکنن. با چک شد توسط زانتیکس. اسپینکس کماکان پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ کرده. خود اسپینکس دابل کیل. زانتیکس تک به 2 و باز هم اوورتایم. اوورتایم سوم.
I thought Spinks had ruined that spot. He went and tucked fence with his teammate up on holes, waiting, hoping that they don't spot him first, and then Jimmy goes down. It felt like a matter of moments before he dies. Donk made a mistake. He understands how bad that was. They still almost saved this spot, but they don't trade Spinks. 2 players on a screen at the same time. He should not be allowed to adjust for both. I think they trusted that Molly was going to cover that spot. They don't look in that direction.
Just one step forward, far enough to stay away from the flames. Stay away
نخواستین راند اوورتایم سوم.
And so it becomes 1 map point here for MOUZ. Going to another overtime. Donk is angry.
He's going to try to chase you down.
Aggressive.
The beast is off the leash.
پس دونک و تورجی موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک اسپینگز هم موفق چاپر یکی از فرانک رو ترید میکنه اما کافی نیست. تمام بازیکن ماوز متمرکز شدن روی بام سایز بی. دونک موفق میشه فرانک دیگه از آن خودش بخوره. 3-3 میشه روند کار. یک نید دیپ دونک باشه 10 کماکان زنده است روی بام سایز. چاپر از راه میرسه موفق 3-2 میکنه روند کار رو. تو ادامه کار کماکان پشت بام سایز تورجی خط بیافون نگه داشته شیرو موفق و خود چاپر کارو تمام میکنه. چه صبر و حوصله‌ای بازی کردن. ادامه روند نخستین راند اوورتایم سوم و اول بازیکن تیم اسپریت چه نتیجه شد امتیاز به سود این تیم.
Out of that window into the sight. This is insane. Jumping up onto the top of bench. It had to be a first bullet headshot, and it was.
I mean, finally, Donk given a moment where he's in a bomb site with a little chance to breathe.
I also like to see a faster play like that out of Spirit in general. Early attempt at the first kill.
I mean, they lost players in crossing the windows, but off of Donk's spawn, he got out as fast as possible. And you see what that space does for him. Trying to tear up this T side yet again. Activity from the defense. MOUZ.
This is a great early move from MOUZ, right?
Going for it again.
I mean, we'll see how fast that Spirit turned this into an attack, but for now, this is impending doom.
Roll on.
This window smoke will come down. The CTs have some vision. They should know what's taking place. But to be honest, this is two players on a big flank right
now. Just two players hard committed to a long road. A journey and a half, but as Spirit are stalled over towards B, if they don't take a chance and play through this smoke...
Do they know something's wrong? Right now, they're not watching it.
Not one set of eyes turns to their flank. Not one Spirit member has
thought about it. Now توی ادامه کار برولان چه پوزیشنایی گرفتن بازیکن ماوز. فشار بسیار سنگین میشه روی تیم اسپریت. فرک‌های پیاپی بدون ترک ماجیک far away.
We had one round where Shiro got a kill on the
clean run, flawless victory.
But most of the time, MOUZ have done a great job of taking it. They haven't lost players. They found it when it's empty. Here's another example of that. And they do this one so early, right? There is no clue that this is Spirit who just sort of veered into mid. They could be still top boxes. They could be in a full default.
Salam,
that they're gearing up for a B attack, and yet still MOUZ. They find out fast. I mean, this is very impressive stuff.
Tactical timeout برای تیم اسپریت.
If this doesn't set the temperature for playoffs, I don't know what does.
فرهاد شما دیگه فقط تو توییچ لایو دیگه فرهاد شما یوتیوب لایو نیست.
We saw FaZe walking through the corridors back here, over the moon about the way the crowd here has welcomed them. The red carpet outside.
Beauty of that is they get to go back to the hotel, sit in that, stew in it for an entire day before they take to the stage for play. Fast again, Donk looking for his action early.
Donk aggressive تورجی متوقفش میکنه خود تورجی. دوبل کیل سعی داره تریپل بگیره. برمیگرده عقب اجازه میده هم تیمیاش از راه برسن. زانتیکس که از فرکا رو ترید میکنه اما کافی نیست. آیتم های سنگین مجیش اشتاین یک نک اسفینکس شو تموم میکنه و ماوز موفق توی گرفتن امتیاز 20.
That was him who took the pause, called something, and Spirit just get put through the ringer.
Man, MOUZ have so much range. The fact that they can be ready for all these fast plays as well as the slower crawls that Spirit are throwing at them has been so impressive. But once again, answer first. Torzi hits 30 with this one as well. It's been a standout map in his career.
It's been a standout event, dude. Just the way he's taken over. You can feel it.
Round چهارم اوورتایم سوم.
Confidence that MOUZ were sort of exuding. It's first to 22. And MOUZ quick to take over mid control. We got a double cat setup, which means nobody inside of this B site really has the ball.
داشته فشار بیشتر میکنن. چاپر هم از راه میرسه. ماجیکس موفق بود برای اگه پاپی برولان توی موقع از راه نرسی برای گرفتن تریف، اما هنوز داره خودش ادامه میده. کسی هم حواسش نیست از هم بکنه. یک بار دیگه یک فلش. ای وای که این فلش چه بلایی سر دانکو آورده. واقعا سوپر فلش محسوب میشه برای استید. اصلا نمیتونه داج بده فلش رو.
MOUZ can get crafty with this one.
And when you think about crafty players on MOUZ, you think about Jimmy.
Oh man, I mean, it starts to become a much more losing spot here for MOUZ. Jimmy's in such a awkward spot. The CTs are peeled back right now. I mean, this bomb's going to have to come back to A as well.
Takes us until overtime 3 before we get a real glaring mistake. The two players that survived in middle were the underpass players. Never were they meant to go back and get this. Jimmy takes up a position that could damn well catch Spirit off guard. Things have felt too quiet. We've got Chopper and Magix carving some information off at the top of stairs.
Yeah, Chopper and Magix, these are going to be the first two contacts, right? When does Shiro get into this?
He's taking a deeper angle. Roland starting to find the solution. We go back even 3v3.
چاپر به موقع خطا باز میکنه و دینای میکنه بومپرنت رو. تیم اسپریت موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز 20 نتیجه بازی برابر وارد راند 41 میشه. علی مدد.
They forgot the bomb.
Yeah, they forgot the bomb. To be honest, they lost members while they were moving up
تا
quite
اینجا
far to forget the
40 تا
bomb.
راند بازی شد.
Even though it's down to 3 players, you have to wonder why it was still at top mid when so much of this plan had already taken place. I mean, we're so deep in now into overtime, though. It feels so unfair almost to hone in on every mistake, but these are going to be the ones that change the outcome of the game.
I mean, this is the moment where those small mistakes suddenly we've got to put under the microscope. These are the sorts of rounds of Counter-Strike where those problems start to creep through.
Starting to feel like the CT side is just having an easier time no matter who's playing it.
And that calmness that we kind of praised for MOUZ, does that go out the window with a round like that with a glaringly obvious mistake? Still anybody's map.
And you have to space out tactics like that when Donk's going to be playing on top stairs, right? So that he doesn't get too used to it. And here they throw it out. It gets them the kill, but not the round.
Bomb's going to double back. Very quiet one from MOUZ. Very dangerous game as well for Xertion, floating around on his own.
He's starting to peel back. I think he's just going to try to come in late as a lurker. He's leaving it to his teammates to actually take the site in this spot.
We get Shiro floating with
هدف
the
قرار میدن برای حمله شیرو.
Here's the stew in the pressure cooker. They're going to get close, build the tension. It really comes down to the first person who peaks. Last time it was Jimmy up the ramp. Chopper took him out.
حضور داره ایتونها پرتاب میشه به سمت بام ساید شیرو. چه تایمینگی خطو باز میکنه. سورپرایز چاپر سعی داره زنده بونه موفق به انجام این کارم میشه تا کاور از راه برسه. اما اسپینکس ولی دوبل که جواب میده. اکسرشن هم موفق تو ادامه کار. ماجیکس برمیگرد رو روند کار و حالا اسپینکس اومده تک به دو تک به تک. اسپینکس نید رو پرتاب میکنه به سمت تیکت. 3 امتیازی بود این نید. کوبی چه راندی رو برمیگردونن بازیکنان MOUZ.
The one bullet made him just weak enough for the HE to get the rest of the damage in. How was he going to get the CT and get that bomb planted or get that kill without this? How?
He saw that Zontix 4K and says, watch this, I'll go one better. Does pull it off with the frag as time was ticking. So cool from the top of Tetris 2.
بابا عجب بازیه چت.
Flush them out. And so Spirit will have to face a loss again. Come on, Austin! How about this quarterfinal?
Every major in America. I don't know how it happens.
Well, the beauty of this one is MOUZ are
21-20
walking the same road. Cloud9 did in Boston 0-2 as they arrived at this major.
یک امتیاز تا پایان بازی به سود MOUZ و یک امتیاز تا اوورتایم 4 برای Spirit.
Okay.
He forgot about Elige, guys. It's all good.
Sorry. Try again tomorrow. So here we have it. Chopper goes for a different position.
سعی دارم بازیکن اسپریت رو سردرگم بکنه.
Well, up until they lost, it was a good CT round out of Spirit. But that's what this game has shown us. No position is guaranteed.
رو پرتاب میکنه. از 50 ثانیه زمان آیتم‌های پیاپی دانتیک زنده موند.
Up to the plate, maybe for a final time. We'll see.
Oh, he's got to do something, right? The rounds he goes down.
دانک زیر فشار سنگین شیرو چاپر موفق اسفینکس از راه میرسه برای ترید 30 ثانیه زمان یک بار دیگه از نیده خودش استفاده میکنه تورجی اونور موفق تر 3-2 میشه روند کار دانک باش به 22 کماخان زنده است وای خدای من چه اتفاقی داره میفته توی این بازی اسفینکس هم مجیز تک به تک اسفینکس آیا میتونه بازی تموم بکنه یا نه وای
Played with so much confidence right there, Magix. I just want to give him some credit for making that move. Could have caught the cross. Right on the pass. But if he didn't catch him right here and stay out there and look for a competent fight, Spinx would know he's tucked back and spawn. He played that from a position of power. I appreciate that, Magix. Time wasn't low enough to just hide.
That's a shimmer of Shanghai out of Magix.
Yo,
nice to see the floor of Spirit rising to the occasion here.
It's not dust too, but it is dusty too.
Yeah. Feels like home.
بریم برای نخستین راند اوورتایم چهارم. رولان موفق گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک دانک.
That was a great call.
انجام میده دانک.
Palace smoked. He's actually fine to do that.
In and out.
I think he wants to, try to get something out of it. Oh, and a rare sight, folks. We got the donk AWP. Now, this round's going to avoid him, however. This is really going to feel like a 2v4. You can't really find a moment where Donk should believe he needs to rotate. Magix needs help. We got a very confident position out of MOUZ. It'll have to be Chopper again. He's actually been great at stopping these A attacks.
Oh, he's out. He's gone.
چه فراری کرد. چه فراری کرد چاپر. تیمی مزار رسیده و اسفینکس موفق تو ادامه کار چاپر. یه فرای گرفت همون کافی. نبود چه جامپی زد روی بام سایت. دانک نتونست شات لند بکنه در پی هلند کرده فور جیمی خطه. دانگل رو نگه داشته موفق تر مجیکس حالا دور میشه روند کار تورجی و اسفینکس سر برابر دانک و مجیکس دیگه پرتاب میشه کوبی حالا تورجی تو مهارت تک به دو قرار گرفته سعی فشار بیشتر بکنن آیتم های پیاپی شات اول رند میکنه تورجی و حالا تک به تک دانک رد اچ پی وای خدای من این بازی چرا اینقدر غیر قابل پیش بینیه
to the AK for that retake. One bullet away from death, but he might be the only one that doesn't fear it. Excellent clear here from Brolin. It's the usual suspects in the usual positions. This time, Zontix gets killed, Donk still gets his off connector, but some fantastic utility. I mean, how did they even find all those nades coming in that position? You can make an argument, MOUZ are better in a lot of early positions. Spirit have just shown unbelievable acts in the end, in the closing moments, in the clutches. It's a game of fire and ice. Another team that is built off an ultimate superstar, and MOUZ, who have made a brand out of taking out superstars here in OT4.
22-21.
Double window smoke in for MOUZ. Small mistakes will cascade.
میریم برای راند دوم اوورتایم چهارم.
This will make the round time a little bit shorter. They can't do as many re-smokes.
چیرو نتونه شات اول رو
Now again, anything like that can be a big clue. Even the audio.
They love to open this. Shiro gonna crack it open. Brolin just got off the line. Oof, damn. Would have been exposed if it was fully open. Does he not see him? He's going unnoticed.
چه فراری هم کرد. اونجا بامسات میتونه در اختیار بازی کنه. قرار بگیره شیرو و تونک. جیمی جواب میده روی بامسات. تیمی 3-2 میکنه. 3-3 میکنه رونده بازی رو 40 ثانیه زمان. چه اتفاقاتی داره میفته؟ اصلا کدوم بامسات تاریت شده حتی معلوم نیست. برولان سیفور در دستان او در از گستر. جیمی موفق توی گرفتن فرگ. زانتیکس هم میکنه اونجا حضور داره. چاپر موفق تر. زانتیکس ببینیم چک میشه توسط اسپیس یا خیلی اتفاق نمیفته. برولان روی بامسات 18 ثانیه زمان. فول اچ پی تک به 2 سعی داره به چرخه دوره. دیفاز موفق هم هست. حالا تک به تک در برابر چاپر با اچ پی 41 موری پرتاب میشه اما نتونست اینایی بکنه. وای خدای من چاپر موفق تو کلاش تک به تک.
Chopper with a meaty high five there on Donk. He's
closed
this round
یه دونه DCP 3 تا UDP من تونستم کنم.
That was two guys looking for Donk as he rotated in late to the site. Zontix, I love that he just goes for the kill. Roland actually had fantastic routing around the outside of default to trick Zontix. Got that kill, nearly put up the clutch, but it's another 1v2 denied. 2 rounds straight for Spirit. I don't remember seeing that so far.
I mean, just the fact that they are gunning for the best position they've been in to close yet.
Donk 36 تا فرگ زده. یا زهرا.
This is one of those games. The outcome changes every single time they play. They love playing each other at overtime. It just means they're such a good matchup. Again, who's going to make that final error? A chance to sweep OT on CT side. Unseen so far in this game. All about timing.
And they miss it again.
But look at Jimmy crawling. He might be setting up this exact same flash. They're coming into connector. Donk's playing inside of it this time.
It's heavy defense on A.
Everyone crosses by. Shiro now goes to guard the window.
عجیب غریب پیشرفت دانک موفق طوری تیج رو انجام میده. 50 ثانیه زمان شیرو تغییر پوزیشن داده. اسپیس داره از راه میرسه میتونه کارشو تمام بکنه. اتفاق هم میفته. فرصت داره برای گرفتن امتیاز. چاپر روی بام ساد مندیکس اون بر موفق تر. چاپر زیر فشار سنگین سعی داره فرق بگیر. موفق نیست. سانتیکس او هم کاری از پیش نمیبره و حالا مندیکس اون مواقع تک به 3 قرار گرفته. خیلی سریع تورجی میره برای پلنت C4 و حالا مندیکس ببینیم میتونه کارسازی بکنه یا نه توی فایت. با نفر اول موفق تک به 3 رو تبدیل میکنه به تک به 2. میان جلوتر آپگرید میکنه به AK. یکی از بازیکنان روی بامسان جدا از هم دیگه موری پرتاب میشه. جیمی با اچ پی 1 هنوز زنده مونده روی بامسان و میتونه کار سخت بکنه برای مجیکس. حرکت میکنه به سمت بامسان به دنبال شکار نفر اول. سعی داره تایمینگی کارسازی بکنه. مجیکس موفق هم هست. حالا تک به تک زیاد زمان باقی نیست. چه میسه بعد موقعی تورجی مجیکس موفق بشه امتیاز رو کلاچ بکنه برای تیم اسپریت.
Clean sweep in the 4th OTCT side.
Another retake clutch.
چطوری؟
Magix with another amazing moment in this match. And Torzi missed.
آخ چه میس بد موقعی داد تورجی.
Poise and presence are the words Torji has used.
That was the first sign that they were breakable. That this is a game that has not had misses that bad ever.
I'll say this, it's the same OT half. They forgot the bomb.
Yes, and they have made some of those minor mistakes, but not so many mechanical.
Nice.
It's a different shade of
stats in this game are just going to be unreal to go and look back. When we see the match card, MOUZ have their work cut out for them, folks. One more does it here for Spirit. Can they stick the landing on T side?
نتیجه بازی تا اینجای کار رسید. تیم اسپریت یک امتیاز دیگه میخوان تا کار رو توی مپ اول تموم بکنند و ماوز 3 امتیاز پیاپی رو نیاز داره تا بازی رو بکشونه به اوورتایم پنجم.
Torzi looking for redemption.
چه بد موقع مالی شد. میستاد. اینا نشونه فشار بسیار زیاد و سنگین روحی روانی روی بازیکن هاست.
You can see the glass is starting to crack, but will it shatter? Blocked out vision on mid. Once again, we don't have that A ramp clear that worked out so well previously. Maybe this time wasn't even the round to do it, but MOUZ have to be worried about both sides evenly. They don't know what's going on here.
اسپریت به نظر میرسه که میخواد آماده بشه برای شروع یک اکزیکیوت دیگه روی بام سایت A.
Coming in on the lurk play, Brolin, can he cut him down?
It's heavy utility for Brolin. Xertion cut off from it, can only offer supportive utility. Chucks out a little bit into the middle of the site. That's going to stall them for a second. That gets Spinx active. Brolin still waiting for something to shoot at. And
انجام میده برولین روی بام سایت 20 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. دارن خط رو رد میکنن با هم چاپر. چه بیفی داد برولین. همین اتفاق افتاد. باز هم چاپر موفق‌تر. تورجی از راه رسیده. اما در حال پلنتی کردن C4 4-2. تورجی شات اول رنج میکنه. 4 معذرت میخوام 3-2 میکنه روند کار رو. تورجی سر باسم فرک بگیر خط رو رد میکنه به سمت سنویش. جیمی موفق‌تر 2-2 میشه روند کار. همه چیز هم بالانس از سانتیکس موفق‌تر و حالا جیمی تک به 2 و بالاخره تیم اسپریت موفق میشه آخرین امتیاز رو از آن خودش بکنه و مپ اول رو رسونده خودش به پایان برسونه. یا اول فصل
to the absolute limit in this one.
They started off on the right
مپ اول باور نکردنی بود اصلا.
Felt like they were going to collapse towards the end of the game. They showed resilience just like MOUZ did, but somehow even more. And all of those clutches,
all of them,
none of those missed grenades. Later on, no left behind bombs, no time running out on rounds. Spirit played better.
Yeah, Spirit did play better. They do outlast their Mirage. They do give a fight of a lifetime. Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about how much that map was for you guys. Was it hard? Was it a long one for you?
It was hard because of a lot of rounds, and they could manage to win, and we could manage to win. But we won in the end. It was in the last overtimes in the first 3 rounds, there was 3 1v1s. Like, there was more than 1v1. But yeah, the clutches. We won the clutches and we won the game.
بریم یه استراحت کوتاه داشته باشیم. زیاد طولش نمیاد. یه چایی بزنیم خیلی بیرفته شو اومد. 2 ساعت فقط مپ اول رفت. یا اول فصل. بریم استراحت میکنیم برمیگردیم میریم برای مپ دوم نوک.
First map to the second, so if they just wake up and understand they can play from first round, because they didn't do it on the first map, they wake up like it was 5-0 for us. So I believe if they will start the game from tough rounds, if they will win the first rounds, it's going to be very easy for them and hard for us.
Well, Zontex, let me do this because there's an arena full of people. Well, most of them are cheering for Spirit, I think. You want to tell them anything?
Thank you guys for cheering. No matter if you're cheering for Team Spirit or for any other team, I believe any of you and every one of you is a part of MOUZ Sports. So thanks, everyone.
I love that. All right, Effia, what do you got over there?
I've got Spinks over here. Thank you for waiting. My God, what a marathon. How did it fall apart?
We just lose 2v2, 3v1, 2v2, 2v1, everything.
Yeah, I mean, Zontex, he's a menace. They all are. But you stepped into the stage and said, it's fine, we'll get it on the next match. Talk to me about the momentum, about the belief that you can still win here.
Yeah, we still believe we can be better. I think we should have closed Mirage, but we are confident on that too, and I will get a third map for everyone in the arena.
Okay, love it. Thank you very much.
Well, you may have had to wait 7 years, North America, but don't you dare tell me the wait was not worth it. What an insane way to kick off the proceedings here in Austin. We had craziness, we had chaos, we had plenty of clutches, which we'll be diving into shortly, but Maui, that was an emotional roller coaster to kick things off here.
That game went on so long that I started pulling out Zillow on my phone. I thought I was going to have to move into Austin and start gentrifying the neighborhood, okay? That took forever.
Yeah, it really did. Neither team could win. Neither team could actually close things out. And I mean, I'll tell you what, MOUZ felt like the better team for most of this, but Zontex nailed it. This game was one of the margins. It was one of the clutches, and Spirit won all of those, it felt like.
Yeah, and Zontex won a fair amount of those too, right? Talk about showing up on the big stage. Of course, we know he won the major at the tail end of last year. He knows what it means to play under pressure on these big stages.
Before the major, I made my own top 20 list of the players so far this year, and I included Zontex at number 17, and it was hotly contested. People thought he had no business being on it.
Who was 18? Who'd he beat out?
I mean, he beat out just a couple people, but I mean, at the same time, like, people were furious that he was even on. They're like, no shot, he should be on it. Did you see what he just accomplished right there?
Yeah,
he's been pulling stuff like that off this year.
I cannot believe MOUZ let him get away with it. Like the double kill at the end of regulation, sliding through smoke in a 2v4, and then, I mean, a crazy like 1v2 clutch in overtime. Like, the fact that he's allowed to do this is mental. MOUZ have got to be kicking themselves right now.
Should we just remove regulation from any part of this discussion? Sure, I can't even remember what happened over an hour ago, apart from the last round where Spirit managed to push it to OT because it was a story of Spirit having a really hot start, MOUZ bouncing back. How did Spirit push it to overtime in round 24?
I mean, we got to just get it rolling because this was a lot to remember, a lot to take in because so many clutches, and even though this starts off actually pretty well for the side of MOUZ. Like, they get this nice two-man advantage here, but Zontex, like, out of nowhere, just slinking through the smoke. Brolin is kicking himself that he wasn't able to find that kill, Moses.
Yeah, absolutely is. That's a must-have kill when he's coming through the smoke in that fashion, and those are the dirty things Zontex was doing that to them time and time again. I mean, this is the fourth chance MOUZ had to close this map in regulation. They had another one in the first overtime. They had 5 opportunities to take this to the next map with a 1-map lead, and they lost all of them.
And this is where I thought we'd go into overtime, and MOUZ would just be straight up dead in the water, right? They had so many opportunities, as you said, to be closing it in regulation. How do they answer back straight away in round 25?
With a great move from Exertion. I'm really glad that he was able to step up because in the previous year, 2 years, he was a guy that fell off so frequently in arenas against top 5 teams in the world. But at the end of this one, when it gets down to the 2-on-2, Exertion makes such a big boy play.
And it's one of the areas in which he's most been criticized is back when you get to these big stage games, these playoff games, he doesn't go for these aggressive moves. He doesn't take these risks.
I mean, the Molly's right there at his feet. He could wait it out, but he just knows that the time is his to take the risk.
That's the decision. You either wait it out and you play the 2v2 with Brolin on a long rotation from the A bomb site, or you step up and make that play, and he gets the good end of the risk in this equation.
You need ballsy plays like that to be pulling off crazy things in majors like this. We spoke of Zontex, obviously instrumental in actually getting Spirit to overtime in the first place. Then he gets to push them to another OT in round number 30.
I mean, you take Exertion, the big balls play is pushing through the molly, getting the kill, stopping the plant. Zontex, completely different way. Okay, the smoke's right in front of him. He throws the molly down. He is so fortunate to find this smoke.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I think this was a 1v3 ahead of that as well. Zontex killed 1 player up towards Palace. So, I mean, you put this situation and Torji desperately, AK runs out of it. It's painful to watch, Torji. It's painful to watch twice.
It's Looney Tunes. Like, the bullets are right around Roadrunner right there. That's just crazy.
It's insane. And this, like, we essentially don't have time to be diving into all the clutches, right? Because then we go to quadruple OT. Magix has his fair share as well. This was just insane.
Bro, the idea that you have Xyp9x as an assistant coach, who's the greatest clutcher of all time. His nickname is the Clutch Minister, and you've lost this many. He's got to be back there just banging his head against the wall. Like, that's got to be, I bet he wanted to tap in. He's like, 10 he's like, my turn, please, God, let me in.
Sub me in.
I mean, there was just so many moments where it's like the final kill that's so critical, the important just crossfire that needs to be held, and somehow Spirit find a way to break it.
And we got to hear it, right, from both of those post-map interviews from both the equation of Zontix and Spinks, right? They knew it came down to those final margins, those clutch moments, so instrumental.
I appreciate that Spinks had that like little ghost of a smile where he talked about we lost the 1v1, the 2v2, the 2v1, the 1v3, like he just rattled them all off, and I think you kind of have to have a little bit of smile, because I felt like MOUZ was the better team throughout the majority of this. You just lose so many clutches, and
clutch factor coming through. How does that affect you mentally as a player?
But obviously this is very heartbreaking for MOUZ. You know, they found themselves in a position where they just should have closed it out. They couldn't win the rounds when it actually mattered, and they didn't have the clutches going their way. Obviously it comes down to when you play so many rounds and you go into overtime. That is where you kind of deviate a little bit from the game plan. You start playing more out of your gut feeling, and that is also what you see. And this is why the game got so messy. There were so many situations that it just came down to the gut feeling, people pushing through smokes. But overall, MOUZ players, they feel bad for letting this one slip away from them.
It's going to be so disheartening. They spent so much energy. They spent so much focus on that game. They almost bought a ticket into this best-of-3 series, bought a ticket potentially into the semifinal, and then it kind of slipped out of their hands right now. I agree with you, Peter. It must be incredibly difficult, but that's why they have the staff behind them to try to reset, come into Dust 2, and still have the belief that they can extend the series to a third map.
Where does this look for both sides of the equation when we're looking at Dust 2, considering, you know, Spirit has picked this every single time that they have faced MOUZ in 2025?
Do you want the stats?
Go on.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I've got them down here on this
Spirit
card.
played it 22 times in 2025 and then won it 20 times. So that in itself speaks volume in terms of crowning Spirit to be the best team in the world of Dust 2 as of right now. The last 7 times they played it, they won it as well. They've only had 1 loss against Falcons the past 3 months, and just to make it even worse, I dived into the ratings, I dived into the stats. Donk is averaging 175 rating on Dust 2 alone. Shiro backing him up with 158. So those two right now are arguably the 2 best Dust 2 players in the entire world. So MOUZ, they got to cut off for them.
And the fact that they let Mirage slip away, now MOUZ is even more on the back foot in this series. You know, they could have been up 1-0. You know, they even came with a curveball of picking another map coming to the series from the ones they played already. So for them finding himself on the back foot even more than in the beginning, it's not a good looking for them.
Peter, you're a positive man, and you had some positive words to say about MOUZ. Give me some hope that all is not lost and we'll be getting a third.
I think that like the great things about MOUZ is obviously they come from a stage 3 where they found themselves being on the back foot even more, and you know they had to claw their way back in to get into the playoff. But now they find themselves in a position that they've been in before. I think that's going to be very instrumental for them to bounce back on those 2 if they can make it work. I think it's going to be important to try and get long control. They can try and manipulate the game, but obviously also looking at the past map, MOUZ didn't play bad. They actually looked like the better team throughout the series so far, but they just couldn't close out the clutches. I think it's going to be very instrumental to have Exertion. He's been playing well. You're the guy that we've been talking about missing out on these big stages, but he's actually in there. He is the playmaker for MOUZ. He's the guy that goes in and just do the pace changing and calls off the T rounds. But on the other side, you also have Torsi stepping up tremendously, and we know how important the AWP is in Dust 2.
And that's the thing, right? I think Torsi is going to be the key to victory for MOUZ, and it's a little bit worrisome for me because he hasn't had the best tournament so far. He's been struggling a little bit, haven't really had confidence so far here in Austin, but he is so much needed. The AWP present going up against Donk, going up against Shiro, it is needed for MOUZ if they want to stand a chance. Torsi will have to step it up and step in now.
After an absolute marathon map 1 of Mirage, it is time to dive in to Dust 2.
Thank you, Desk. Hope you've all had a chance to reset at home. And I like what Peter says here with this one. This has been a major where MOUZ are showing resilience. Time to do it again as the odds shift further into Spirit's favor.
Yeah, it's a matchup where it always felt like it was going to be steep, and now we are at the steepest point. So as we get into this game, Austin, you did a fantastic job last map, and that was loud, but I know you can
به نام خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم با ادامه رقابت نخستین بازی پلی آفز اسپریت در برابر ماوز مپ دوم داست 2
This is only the first quarterfinal.
Dust 2 might be a movie right here. We know the strength of these teams. We know what Spirit have offered us on Dust 2 maps. I think it was a battle to the very end. It came down to clutches back on Mirage. I don't even know why that wouldn't just happen again.
7 clutch rounds out of 25 round wins for Team Spirit. I mean, that is a damning stat.
Torge's
not going to have any fun in the pistol of Map 2. Down at the hands of Magix. Good flashbang kind of delays things for a second here. It affords MOUZ some positioning. You can see Bolin signing up for a fight. Here comes that counter utility, but it goes over
استفاده بکنه موفق هم هست. رولان دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. اکسرژن هم جواب میده 3-2. نماینده کار برمیگرده به سود بازیکن این تیم. اسپینکس هم از راه رسید. ماجیکس موفق به گرفتن ترید، اما در نهایت ماوز اسپورت موفق میشه نخستین امتیاز رو از آن خودش بکنه.
It's an awkward situation. They want to come around the fat side of the smoke, but they know that flashes can land in here, that CTs can go for those pushes. And this is a spot where after Spirit got their first kill, they thought it doesn't matter. We'll come up, maybe playing anti. I'm not sure exactly who would have been responsible for that, but honestly, no one's even blind. Brolin just wins 2 raw duels on his own terms, though, again, because of that CT smoke.
Ben gold to them, Ank.
Great start for MOUZ. Started 5 down back on Mirage.
Easy, easy. راندی دوم فول فورس تیم اسپریت هیرویکه در استان دانک.
It was such a clean game of Counter-Strike until we got into the real depths of overtime as well. Clutch rounds and minute mistakes. That was really what took the cake for Spirit. And obviously, MOUZ is going to try to reset everything. But again, they've been playing off the back foot since they arrived in Austin.
Yeah, that's right.
Any benefit at all to going down 0-2, to giving up maps in the best of 3s that they played in order to qualify for playoffs, it's that you're supposed to now be this hardened core.
Sometimes I just feel like they're, characters in an RPG building out their stats, and as they play these games, they build resilience, and they show us what they can do. And Spirit wants more points back. Even on that last one, chopper down.
خیلی خوب اکسرشن. چه فرصتی، چه اشتباهی. اکسرشن ازار فشار سنگین تر میشه، هرچند تونست فرکم بگیره اکسرشن.
Oh, awkward.
His guns to be grabbed.
Yeah, and they're planning for Cat, but they're not playing for it.
No way. We need to see how Shiro kicked this off.
Shiro.
That is 3 from Shiro Scout in the first force of map 2.
You are joking with those frags. Wallbang, no scope, headshot through the smoke. Is that what we saw in the first kill?
What?
It wasn't a wallbang. It wasn't that impressive. Oh my goodness.
Well, there's your wallbang.
Wow.
And there's your headshot to close.
Yeah. He's just telling everybody about it, how he saw nothing.
Okay.
What was that?
That's more of what we've seen from Spirit, and that's X Factor.
I thought it was FaZe that got all the bullshit.
On lost, steady.
Looks like Spirit are gonna sprinkle
in when they play each other. Now it all makes sense.
Well, if that doesn't suck the life out of the room for MOUZ, this round will. Yeah. Already Xerxen getting caught down bottom middle, trying to go for this cat setup, looking to get something done with the pistols as that scout floats around on A, but so far nothing really from MOUZ to pull on.
Yeah, they really thought they could chill for a second.
Chill with Donk in the server.
I know.
On this boom.
Fools.
I think Shiro even got to 30 kills by the end of that last game. I mean, so many contributors. Just a really classy performance from almost everybody in the server. There was no one that was just standing out, like dying every single round, leaving things on the table. These two teams, they played their hearts out back on Mirage. And again, I feel bad for almost criticizing the mistakes that MOUZ made later on, but the fact is, they only stood out because Spirit weren't making them too. Good calling will bring them to the open site here. We're going to take this game slow, right?
Yeah, of course.
I had to pee at halftime last map.
اسپریت شانس بیشتری داره توی گرفتن امتیاز دوم.
And I knew it was going to go to overtime. You know, it would be a fun stat to look at. Who's got the most overtimes in their head-to-head? Maybe FaZe Spirit's also up there.
That map really did feel like 7 years in the making.
Yeah.
And they had to wait for that one.
It's been a bit of a proving ground for Spirit with this new veto, because again, it's not a unlikely map for MOUZ to pick. In fact, it was probably what they expected fully. It's just not one that you saw them pick when they had Shuhei versus Spirit. And we're really trying to figure out where Spirit fits into this playoffs. When we compare them to teams like MOUZ and some of these other lineups, they're a team that's been playing at the other events, sort of. Getting practice, but not going and locking horns with some of the competition vitality have had to go up against.
Yeah, not showing their secrets in a head-to-head on the server, but I mean, they go over.
Max,
yeah, that's the other thing. Is no questions asked, and if we compare their last stages, no questions asked for
YouTube
Spirit.
live نمیشی.
It was a very clean stage.
YouTube آپلودش میکنم. لایو نمیشه. آپلودش
And their hardest map so far, they win. So, looking to just not make mistakes once again. Anti-eco with a little pressure sprinkled in from the CT side on B.
If Spirit can cut through this second map of the series in a very convincing fashion, then we know that they've got resilience. So getting away from that tunnels push is one thing, but Chopper does get a little ahead of himself. He loves to go through the mid doors though on so no surprise to see him take that fight, but be careful.
Running headshot.
The health is incredibly low here for both Donk and
Shiro.
Spinks gets tracked through the door, who robs the Mac 10 away. He gives that over to Zershin.
Yeah, it's kind of pushing the defense a little bit towards A. Spinks will make that full rotation. Brolin comes to the door, so B site is looking right for the taking. And Brolin might be able to finish off this kill. Actually, a new one.
That is a rifle picked up as well for Brolin. We said it's all about minimizing mistakes, but they have already lost 2 players. Now all 3 remaining are low on health.
بود که مرد تو ادامه کار ماوز دارن برمیگردن. این اتفاق هم افتاد. چه امتیاز مهمی رو از اون خودشون کردن. بازی کنن این تیم.
Considering that first B push got shut down so easily, but they got a kill. They tried to get out of middle. Some great pistol shots came through, and it's solid from MOUZ.
They've got to shed the negativity as quick as they can on this map.
Yeah.
And that's not map-centric. Map beat down. Just coming in off of a close loss like that. Certainly not made any easier by the way the first 2 rounds go down.
So they don't lose hope. They win the pistol. They lose the force up. They answer back. It's still a little scary for MOUZ because they know that Spirit are going to give this a real try on this next round, and they're the ones with the more fragile CT economy. They just want to close out this 2 straight, then they get a save, and then they can really streak in this first half and put themselves in a good position. This is a strong buy here for Shiro.
مرحله پنجم 2 نتیجه بازی برابر. حرکت بازیکن اسپریت به سمت لان. کنترل این قسمت از مپ رو براشون به همراه داره. میدید دقیقاً وسط اسموک ترکید.
Like you said though, MOUZ are going to know damn well that they're coming at this one with some sort of hard swing.
I like the long play, actually, for Spirit, because this is a really good way to make it a long round that can sometimes come down to 1 or 2 players.
Activity here top middle from MOUZ.
Torzy has so much responsibility. He knows they
شیرو هم
want him to
مسلط
take
شده
a
به
fight.
AVP خط نگه داشته بود موفق دانک در نزدیکی با امسادس بود کراس پرتاب این سن داره فشار بیشتر بکنن بازیکن ماسا سرعت بازیکن اسپیج رو بتونن کم بکنن اکسرشن توی فلنک داره از راه میرسه خطش رو بکنم نگه داشته باشه شیرو اما مهمه که شاتش رو هم بتونه لند بکنه یا خیر برولان کماکان روی بام سایت ببینیم میتونه کاری از پیش ببره یا نه الیکساشو تموم میکنه شیرو هم موفق نمیشه یک فرگ نصیبش نشد اسفینکس هم که هیچی و امتیاز در دستان تیم اسپیریت.
Yeah, now we've actually got to look at the buy for MOUZ. I mean, it wasn't as expensive for them, but it's CT side. It's pretty mixed up here. Very awkward spot. This might be an even out round where they invest slightly, but protocol-wise, call-wise, this was super solid from Spirit. And Torzy, again, so much rested on the way in which he took his fight, but he didn't really finesse it. There wasn't a flash to assist with his peak. He tried to just pick an off timing, try to catch him off guard, but Spirit, they threw the flash, got Shiro in pit, and waited. They did everything exactly as you were supposed to. No, they'll buy into it. Yeah, it's not a handsome buy here. Brolin's got his 5-7 in a smoke, and I guess he made the decision. He said, look, I'm broke, but I believe in you guys. Let's make this happen.
Early vision, two heads spotted on the cross.
Yeah, no one else into mid. They can view this as just like a long control setup. And the teams are just going to go ahead with their regular protocols. Oh, actually, a lean over towards the B site. There's going to be a full commit on this attack. Right now, MOUZ don't have information. They don't have a lot of resources. They're just spread out nicely. They can each guard a choke point, but they're not really well fortified at any one of those.
Smoke right here in Jimmy's hand.
This might be a nice rotation from Xerxin. You know, you've got to reinforce something when you're low on weaponry. Now the question is, can they all complement each other? That's what we're looking for in the B side.
Yeah, numbers is one thing, but not jumbling up.
That's
another great well-placed frag grenade for Chopper to have to deal with. We go down to 45 seconds. You know, Chopper threw out that mid-lurk smoke, trying to keep eyes trained towards the middle of the map.
He's right, though. There's no pushes coming in. You know, he can really try to make this look like a fake.
حضور دارن خطا باز میشه دانک موفق تو ادامه کار دمیج بسیار سنگین اکسرشن تریپل کیل برای این بازیکن ترید انجام میشه شاپر رو مرکار ازش نور باش به دو شیرو باقی مونده آمارش رو هم دارن اومد رو بام سایت
And he knows that that one was limited, so well done by Xerxin to join up in the bomb site, and like you said, they've got to find a way to complement one another. Xerxin did it perfectly.
You know, whether that's called for him or he's the one who comes over here, if he just plays outside the site, I mean, he can have much less impact. So it looks like a gamble when he's over there, but there's no way they're going to clear that properly. And he gets 3 kills and a dink. Otherwise, Shiro doesn't throw that off away, and he really tries for that 1v2. Nice response. Risky moment for MOUZ. Every dollar in the bank.
3-3 نتیجه بازی برابر کلاً دو تا تیم
It's back and forth nature of the rounds, though.
قضیهشون برابره.
So momentum is not coming anytime soon.
And so another risky setup, actually, but the spray is awful. And I don't normally say that about Dog.
99 damage for Shiro to have to deal with.
انجامش توسط شیرو در
And he doesn't
ازای
have an op to lean on either. But if you can get that AK over to Chopper, he's got something more to work with.
زنده مونده شیرو.
Chopper throwing a whole lot of grenades so far this half, but not getting any kills so far. Starting on 0, Brolin getting active. Magix wins the fight with a Galil over top of the M4.
He's a long anchor, man. Hard to trick him on those pushes. That is a pretty long-range duel secured. I think Torzy gets spotted on this door peak.
This feels like a call to action, though, for MOUZ in middle. Just completely vacant B site.
They're running out of time to properly take long, but they can use Shiro to lurk, and No shot in for Torzy.
There we go.
Nice one.
Scout between the eyes. It's going to set them up for the door peek. Of course, you try to jump on a scout. What they don't expect is Jimmy to not be anchoring B. They don't expect that M4 pressed up against them.
They know there's only one on the A side.
Shiro, he's going to walk out long, and now the bomb is dropped. So this round fizzles out for Spirit. MOUZ find a way to do it.
Yeah.
That's Jimmy with a double. The Torzy scout kill that really draws them into Jimmy's hands. And so back and forth we go. But it's MOUZ to find consecutive rounds first.
Yeah, that's so important against CT economy, just so punishing. But Dust2 don't need everything in the world to be able to win it. It's a map where you don't need, you know, the full clock. You don't need full resources. You need more aim. You can get a lot more scrimmy, a lot more scrappy. You can play off spawns. It's a map that really is determined by form individually more than it is by team play. If you compare it to other maps, we'll call them harder maps in the pool.
So time to build back the money. Of course, Donk gets Kevlar with a Glock, just in case Shiro dies. That M4 is going to change hands.
Yeah.
And you said last round, bad spray.
Yeah, that was
for Donk.
شانس بیشتری داره توی راند هشتم تا بتونه امتیاز پنجم رو از آن خودش بکنه. هیرو M4 فقط در
Shiro has got to give him the M4 before Shiro even dies.
هیرو بود که داد به دانک.
This is Donk without a helmet. It's enough utility as well for Magix and Chopper to overwhelm a single player staffing this B site. I mean, if Spirit can put themselves into an unexpected post plant, and Donk maybe finds a bunch of frags.
چه دمجی هم زده نمیره فری کنترل جیمی و اسفینکس دو دابل کیل پیاپی و شیرو آخرم افور رسید در دستان خودش اما هیچ فرگی به همراه نداشت افور نفرین شده ای بود.
When the molly lands, when he goes for the spray, everybody who B anchors envisions making that play happen, but it's all about timing, and that's why you need someone who is so shrewd, someone who's a really good retaker. He's got the perfect personality as a player to be playing B, and that's because he finds that one line where the molly can land and he has his gun out. As a team like Spirit that are so hard to read are going to be running up that left side of the tunnel wall. If you're a bad B player, you miss that by 1 second. If you're great, you're there on time, and that's what Jimmy is. It always looks so easy when they get that lineup, but truly not that many players can make it happen so often. And yeah, again, the story coming into this major playoffs and for him in general is like, since Spinks has joined the team, his form has gone down. But last map and right here, he's having a great series. Playoffs.
Really buying in with this. I'm surprised they put so much money on the line here, Spirit, but they're still going to try to jump it.
Yeah, true.
Right? I mean,
it was a pretty confident win from MOUZ too. Like they know there's enough rebuys as well. Going in for this.
What do they know that we don't?
بازی میکرد اسپید با این جالبی اصلا نداره توی این راند.
Man, this is crazy. They have 0 grenades at a minute 20 coming up long.
Flash goes down, interrupts the one player.
It's one way to do it.
Donk gets a headshot, and suddenly the round is alive.
Surgeon's bomb سایت فشار بیشتر میکنن بازیکن اسپید ماجیکس موفق میشه بام سایت کلیر بکنه اما تورژی کماکان خط نگه داشته زونتیکس یک قدم دیگه میخواست تا بیاد تو اسکوپ تورژی اما این اتفاق نیفتاد 4-2
Take your nades and throw them back at you. This is Spirit seizing the moment with lesser guns.
So what do they know? They know they won last time. They took long with only losing 1 player. Here they do it again.
I'm glad you say that because we just said like, yeah, it was a convincing round in the last one, but it's been the B defense that made the convincing round wins for MOUZ.
True.
So working with less, but taking the action over towards long, they find their opening. 4 versus 2 in the post plant. No attempt here from the CTs, and some free upgrades sprinkled in. Looks real good for the Spirit camp in order to get this T side back online. flash. I mean, good on Donk. Look at him staring at the wall, so ready.
Yeah.
Bam!
You know.
Insurance policy for the entire play.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of on MOUZ to do 2 flashes or something different, or they picked an off timing. Maybe they thought that was early, so they wouldn't have expected the crawl up to take place so soon, but yeah. That's just a game of rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you want 2 flashes, sometimes you want 1, sometimes you want none.
درخواست دومین وقت استراحت فنی برای MOUZ.
You've done amazing, Austin, and we haven't even started yet.
I mean, I knew from the get-go we were going to get USA chance, but who here loves Europe? Just checking. What about Asia?
Yeah. Second best, hey, Mr. America Moses called it the second best region, therefore.
So here we go, the crawl up along the cat wall.
این راند دهم اسم که وسط مولیاندر.
Yeah, we got this crack spot. I mean, Xerxen just looks like it's chilling right now. He's gonna see this, but
they're gonna pounce on that. They like the timing here.
خودش استفاده میکنه. دانک موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرنگ اسپینگ سیج رو انجام میده. 4-4 بازیکن اسپیس در فشار بیشتر بکنن. سریعتر بیان به سمت بام تا اسپینگز هنوز زنده است. در کنارش برولان هم حضور داره. سعی دارن فشار رو بیشتر بکنن. برولان یه فرنگ هم میزنه. اسپینگز تو ادامه کار موفق‌تر سیو میکنه. در کار رو 60 ثانیه زمان جیمی از راه میرسه برای کمک و ماجیکس با خیلی زیاده برای کاور و خود اسپینگز کارو تموم میکنه و MOUZ موفق توی گرفتن امتیاز.
I love how they play off each other. They are so good at making that feel like it was impossible to reach Spinks. They kept overfilling the position to fight versus the ramp and make sure that they stopped them scaling both across cat because this is a long way and then also towards the sight box as they come straight. You see the pressure come in on both sides and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. A lot of teams don't do that. They'll have very static, calcified position, CTs in each spot. Once the Goose player gets spotted, all he does is delay. MOUZ don't do that, man. And they started Goose with someone spotting from cat. They had no idea that Spinks would be there.
They tried to clear it out, but so much time spent holding for top ramp.
On the 11
Suddenly we're in the dying moments of this first half, and the CT side's looking great.
Yeah, excellent.
Spinks is looking for some space towards top middle. He's going to find himself out here in the
aggressive,
open. Happy to duel versus Chopper, wins that one.
ادامه کار دانک.
That's Donk on the prowl.
میرسه برای ترید. برولان چه تایمینگی.
Yeah, they came in to give it a check. They'll see the bomb goes down. It's really about the numbers, though. They can't protect
لانگ رو باز
that thing.
میکنه و موفق است گرفتن فرنگ به ادوانتیج. برمیگرده در آستانه MOUZ و کار سخت‌تر میشه برای اسپریت. تو ادامه کار تورجی موفق دانک رو هم چه کار بکنه.
And that's all MOUZ need to do from this position. Just keep trading down material. But now it's time to go get the bomb because there's actually a chance they can make this happen. 2 on 3. And Jimmy is home alone.
Now we've seen teammates bail him out of tough spots. We've seen him do enough to justify a retake in this kind of a situation, but that's assuming Spirit still take a swing at him. Instead, they're taking a sniff at the A site. 2 defenders in position. Can't let their guard down about Goose. Again, Spinks has already kind of rocked them from this spot.
This will take perfect utility usage. Probably not going to happen. Let's see if they can.
Well-timed peek as well. Oh, swing, the swing!
دانک دابل کی برای این بازیکن. حالا تک به تک با جیمی ببینیم میتونه کار رو تموم بکنه یا نه. جیمی شانس خوبی داره. 4. دانک حتی درسته نگه داشته بود یه لحظه خطرناک اما جیمی موفق تر.
Wouldn't that have been stylish? One bullet there when he tries to send the message over to Jimmy, jumping up fast cat. So close.
Empty gun.
Yeah. Did he reload and switch you early? Is that what happened or
not? Not sure. Let's see here, 14 down 2. Okay. It's when he switches to his knife to grab the bomb.
It was on 0, it looked like, when he finished that.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll get the detectives on it either way. I was going to say, statistically, Jacob made a great argument before the map went live why Donk and Shiro are supposed to be the best players on Dust 2. Donk has looked human until that moment. A reminder, you better not let your guard down. But a reminder, MOUZ are still absolutely in this game.
Oh, big time. They've got their claws stuck in. Their CT sides look fluid, active. You can tell they're communicating very well. They're being hard to read. Spirit are running into the stack site sometimes. Whether it was B and now A.
And these teams have met on Dust 2 twice in 2025 and MOUZ have already tied their
راند
best
12
results specifically on Dust 2.
اول مپ دوم 7-4 نتیجه بازی
game.
تا به اینجای کار به سود MOUZ.
Still plenty of room for improvement, and that improvement's coming off of the back of 4 hard-hitting players. Torji maybe has slowed down since map 1, but everybody else for MOUZ is here. So final attempt on this slow start of a T side for Spirit.
He's dug out a little gap for himself. Zershim will dip out as soon as that flash loses its efficacy. And he survives it.
اکسرشن هم موفق هم هست تورجی. مسیر فلش شد فلیک شاتش رو هم نتونست لند بکنه اومد جیمی موفق تر 3-5 میره برای پلنت C4 شیرو.
But it is long wrapped up for
MOUZ تیم اسپریت جیمی یک بار دیگه دابل کیل چقدر سریع جیمی چه کامری خود جیمی با کواد کیل برای این بازیکن
out of MOUZ, and just because Mirage was a nail biter and just because MOUZ walked away battered doesn't mean this series is over yet.
انسان چطوری؟
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as MOUZ have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one soon told everybody else. Most of it is
What's up, Arena? I'm here at the Alienware booth with Team Liquid, and if you want to come meet them, you should come on right now, because they are here in the flesh, ready to meet you. Excited to see their fans in that Rise Twist. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You heard Darth Mike. If you want to see Team Liquid, make sure to go to the Alien booth right now. That's Darth Mike and Team Liquid at the Alien booth. Let's get a round of applause for Team Liquid.
Ooh, mixed bag. If you cheer loud enough, they get another match.
No?
No.
Keep it going. Yeah, boys, I just want to listen to me now. I'm fucking feeling it, okay? I'm fucking feeling it. So if you fucking listen to me on my fucking calls on T-side, we're gonna fucking win this game. Okay, buddy. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so he is calling T-side. He's taking this.
این چیه وسط صفحه؟
He's taking a lot of responsibility for this, which is great to see.
That's the craziest ad I've ever seen.
This is a wild crosshair magic. Okay.
میریم برای پیسو راند دوم.
The highlight reel could be his.
راند 13
You never know with the USP.
Split pistols
این بار
on
تیم
Mirage. That's what
اسپریت توی
Spirit are
سیتی
looking
سایدد
for.
و
It's
MOUZ
time to play from behind.
تی سایدد مپ داست 2.
Oh, he'll come back a little late. You'll see a lot of things.
عقب چندی بازیکن رو میبینه چه پسی هم بیزد اکسرشن چاپر از راه رسیده سعی دارن هر قیمتی که شده فرق میگیره موفق هم هست زانتیکس این کار رو انجام میده برای تیم اسپریت چاپر هم موفق دانک هم موفق 4-2 برونان دابل کیل عجیب رو میگیره C4 هم پلن شده زانتیکس کارسازی میکنه برای اسپینکس با HP 1 که فاصلش خیلی زیاده اسپینکس چه شکار میکرد خیلی درگیری و طولانی بود
gets two crazy kills but they don't bring that back entirely. Zontix, he can do that as well.
What's that tap through smoke from Zontix?
I mean, it's
oh, okay, saw a little bit of him. A little misleading kill feed. Classic. That one? Well, that one I don't know. moving around inside of that smoke, Brawl, and just locks in on you.
Okay, so splitting pistols once again for whatever that's worth. We saw them go back and forth in the first half as well. MOUZ did not get scared.
Little bomb plant money does some good for MOUZ buy.
گیرو تگو خورد چطوری هم احسان نمیدونم والا بس از شاید نمیدونم باگه نمیدونم خدا سر شاده نمیدونم.
Quite a lean here. Eyes on B. Oftentimes you will see Shiro and Magix working together. Without that third player. And the split starting to achieve its final complexion here with no eyes from the CT side. Very comfortable as Chopper on the outside of B, seeing these mid-cross smokes, and Magix, he shoots a little late.
چه خطرناک شد کار. برولان موفق تو ادامه کار شیرو و چاپر جواب میدن فرار کرد تو دید. سیتی سپون فرار کرد.
They don't have a smoke for the cross. They're throwing the bomb now.
Oh, it's kind of messy.
And Zershin will be able to get on
site. رد کردن ندارن.
But at some point he's going to have to go for this plan. There's an incendiary skill for Shiro if he can do anything to get Zershin out into the open.
Okay, it's planted long.
سه بازیکن اسپرینت توی شورت با یک فلش خطا سعی دارن باز بکنن فشار بیشتر بکنن روی بان سایتوشی نمیتونه شات لند بکنه تو ادامه کار. چاپر کامفلای ویت می جیمی تک به 4 و بیش از یک فرق نصیبش نشد و امتیازه ششم در اختیار تیم سپیریت.
I mean, someone ran through a smoke to try to kill him, so he was very careful about taking his first duel fast.
آره اما اصلا میدونم فدا سرت بود.
Right away. Went to that cross, saw ahead, dipped into CT spawn. You can't really ask for someone to push a smoke even faster than that. And Chopper found his MP9 kill through that from a mid lurker, right? He was outside of B.
He just comes barreling up with it.
Well, it's like a jungle gym down here. CT's jumping around all over the place. They only got full vision on single target though, looks like.
Gonna go for the boost.
22 damage.
Hit that.
What would that have... How many things did that go through? 22 damage.
I think we've learned in the last week or so I shouldn't do the numbers. That's one box.
Okay, that side of the box.
J-Raz, show me all
the
bullet impacts, please.
Okay.
3 boxes.
3 boxes for 22 damage.
Okay.
سه تا باکس رو مثل این که رد کرده تا 22 تا دمیج میزن.
In the toes.
You can show me the impact on Zershin's body. I'll give you a raise. Incendiary ahead of this execute. Zershin just sticking around. I mean, scout through the mid doors when the pistols try to take down tunnels. Donk is kind of a little bit preoccupied. Zontek should be able to hang on to this. He still has got his incendiary, a frag grenade, a smoke, and he's going to answer.
Oh, that was nice. He actually threw it deep. Sometimes you throw it a little bit more shallow, and they try to throw that smoke that would land on top of it as well. But he kind of gets away with this big time.
Oh, Donk!
Great damage.
دانک تو اسموک موفق تو ادامه کار. خود دانک دابل کیل برای بازیکن تریپل کیل و ایس.
Big if.
Well, he almost didn't see anybody, but he damn sure did kill him. 5 for Donk. Shutting down B.
The first ace on the big stage. Half points versus pistols. Still though, I think you just need that clean, convincing victory within a round. Nobody drops. Money starts to build up for Spirit. That lead that MOUZ established in the first half is just dried up.
It was such a good example of what you can get away with though from Zontek. You know, if that's like not as long of a choke point as B tunnels, you throw that molly shallow like if it's ancient A site. Oh, Shio's gonna blow this open. Fight's waiting for him.
Ooh, doesn't get to see it though.
Awkward actually.
breakش جالب نبود نتونست اونطور که باید.
So pretty quick footing here for MOUZ with guns on Cat.
ویژن داشته باشه و از فرصت استفاده بکنه. چاپر روی بام
Dunk
سایت.
off the bolster, long control with Magix.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I mean,
not just that, but then you've got Chopper solo defending the actual site with only a Galil of all things.
he's got a lot of utility to try to delay. Let's see if they want to respect it or not.
It's also a question is how long does Jimmy take towards doors?
اینم که ایکو برک زد تو حساب کنم مثبت
Jimmy now taking a test towards those doors, and Donk is leaning so far back. Magic's first point of contact. Brolin hits a zinger of a headshot, but that positioning inside of the paint.
Such a great bait.
Catch Jimmy off guard. Great bait, like you say.
Yeah, 4v4.
کنترل بام سایت در اختیار سرخپوشان ماوز. تورجی سعی کارسیز بکنه بالاخره شاتو لند میکنه تورجی اونطور که باید تا به اینجای کار بازی نکرده بود. ببینیم برمیگرده به بازی یا خیر. آیتم های پراپی رفتن سیو. رفتن سیو اجازه میدن ماوز امتیاز نهم رو از آن خودش بکنه.
A dink through a sight box from Donk to help soften up Brolin, and he gets the instant headshot on the ramp. So Chopper has a lot of utility to try to delay. The setup could be formidable if they got one kill on the cross, and they also they trick Jimmy with that double long setup, which is so rare to see. Then it was very possible to try and reclaim that. But I love that Torsi keeps fighting. It's a spot where they don't have a lot of utility, and the CTs do.
This headshot too.
Yeah, that's the one. He was down. He got hit for 69, and then hit that shot. But if Torsi doesn't go out for the second kill, they keep scaling, and I think that retake happens.
Yeehaw.
Oh. How cute.
So nice for MOUZ to get around somewhat early in this half. Curious to see what the change-up is from Spirit. Already Donk wants nothing to do with A, but this is going to be MOUZ to challenge long doors. Ooh, and Shiro's tagged down to 40. Jimmy's also wounded in this approach.
They can't chase him. They know the rifle is right beside him.
60 تا دمیج بهش زدن برمیگرده عقب. سویزم خوب جواب داده. دمیج خوبی زدن به بازیکن ماوز. طرف دو امتیاز تو اسکور برد.
Spirit come clear mid, not see anything. Let's see if he has a tell. Yeah, looks like he's gonna try.
Donk sticking around.
Gets
the fight, gets the first bit of damage as well.
Cancel this play.
But now Zontix is also down in lower tunnels. And he bites his tongue for a second.
The more time on the round, the more likely this is to get cleared. You know, you're going to skip stuff.
But he just slips past Brolin before Brolin can get any vision.
They're not going to think about him at all now.
Multiple targets, back turn. He drops the offer first. And that's going to send Donk back to the This is Spirit really playing with the timing.
کارسازی میکنه 3-4 کنترل بام سایت رو به زودی از دست خواهند داد بازیکن اسپریت. دانک اومد داخل روی بام سایت دانک. اصلا فکر نمی‌کردن دانک همچین کاری بکنه. چاپر شات سنگین و برولان تو موقعیت تک به 3 قرار 20 ثانیه زمان هر سه بازیکن اسپریت در نزدیکی بام سایت بی حضور دارن.
Now it's impossible. Now they can just charge him one at a time. Let's see if they make a mistake.
Fake plant first. Nobody bites.
Oh, you got to be careful. You might die after time.
Down to 8 seconds. There's the swing.
And they play that cool.
Didn't even waste that extra target. They had that 3-on-1. Fake doesn't do anything.
Donk
volleying big boxes, he ran in. That was so great. I mean, with the assistance of a flash above, I don't know if there was one or not. You know, he cuts off the main way you're going to scale on someone backside on the right. And instead you see, they just have no idea what's going on. Who would even try this? Donk's already in.
Banks absolutely shocked by that one.
بالشت شیرو رو دوست دارم.
Might have been someone failing to comment, but you could see his vision was obstructed by the double stack.
درخواست آخرین وقت استراحت فنی برای ماوز گرفته شد.
So quick that Donk jumps through the flames.
Yeah. Definitely less footsteps in this environment. Man, I feel like we blinked and we're so deep into this game already. It's 9-8. And Spirit put up a very good answer after an 8-4 lead.
Quick reminder, of course, that on your first deposit, you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash for Underdog.
$1,000 folks.
Can we make a little sound for our sponsors here? All right.
Yeehaw.
Underdog is
راند 18 شیرو این بار سمت شورت.
Underdogs got you, dog. This could be a turning point. We're talking about no ops. MOUZ are really low.
فشار زیاد سه بازیکن اسپریت در نزدیک شورت حضور دارن اما برولان موفق میشه اوپنینگ فرنگ رو از اون خودش بکنه. اکسرشن چه سورپرایزی چه زیرکانه ماجیکس به وان سایت تو ادامه کار دانک ماجیکس موفق اما دویده میشه روند کار جیمی سریعتر ادوانتیج رو برمیگردونه و حالا زانتیکس تو موقعیت تک به دو قرار گرفته.
We've seen how many clutches that Spirit win. I said it looks like another from MOUZ, but I forgot. Zontics has been so clutch, although he has not been nearly as hot here on map 2. He slides around this smoke. There is a chance that MOUZ have kind of lost track of where he's at. You see that with the cat smoke, just to guarantee he doesn't come through it, so he's playing with the timing here.
You know, he's so patient. And they're still looking.
And at some point, he's going to attack, and as he does, he just loses the duel. It's a chance in a head-to-head where Jimmy would not have instantly traded it. Zontics leaves a little out there, and MOUZ suddenly trying to pull off this back and forth. The force of MOUZ is starting to go down in the second here as well.
Definitely, this is one where they really invested a lot. Brolin, so good when he gets on low HP of ignoring it. I want to say that. He picks up this kill off of Cat after standing in the way of so many different pieces of utility, eventually dying to them, but not before taking out a kill.
پرکتیکال تایمات خودش رو درخواست میکنه و تا پایان بازی دیگه هیچ تیم پرکتیکال تایمات نداره.
These are two teams that understand each other so well. So many of their maps are close. No lead feels like it's enough. And we're talking about a MAC 10 here for Xertion. We got a 5-7 on the board for Magix. If last round wasn't the turning point, this one is.
Yeah, you can talk about all their limitations, but what about Donk on 21 kills
and
4 in hand?
Zontics versus a whole exact 5v1 on the site.
زانتیکس تنها اصلا حرکت میکنه به سمت بام سایتی از آیتم‌های خودش استفاده میکنه اما فشار بسیار سنگین از زانتیکس موفق میشه فرکم بگیره توی ادامه کار جیم و دابل کیل پاسخ میده چه پاسخ سنگینی رو دریافت کرد تیم اسپریت خیلی طول کشید تا زانتیکس رو شکار بکنن اما
5v1 in there. Perfectly avoiding everything Spirit wanted to set up to. They did not think this was going to take place. The read is perfect from MOUZ. An 11th round will be secured. And Magix, I think he just wants to grab a gun that he can find in the window. Let's see if he can get away.
Yeah, honestly, save that. All's good. Problem is, door wide open. Here's your timing, but he missed it.
ریکاور کرده وای من ماجیکس فرق هم گرفت
but if anything it's the economy of Spirit that really needs some kind of stable base.
Yeah.
انا از امتیاز 11 هم در دستانه
11 rounds to MOUZ.
اگه اشتباه نکنم تیم اسپریت 20 تا بازی تا به اینجا این کار توی داستو داشته 2 تاشون فقط باخته بوده. چاکرم عمو احسان
MOUZ want to make it 3 max.
بانه 11-8
And actually a third investment, full investment.
Feels like they're just trying to force the end to the series, but
it's so awkward because their money was good enough, you know, to put up decent guns behind the op. It's just that MOUZ have avoided that, forced the saves. I think Spirit were just lucky to have saved any guns, essentially. They did technically have a decent place to buy or try to force, and their forces earlier on this game had paid off, but this has created some great opportunities for MOUZ.
And the tough spot for Spirit, so they're going to try to get active to somehow reclaim from man disadvantage. You can somehow get that upgrade as well here on Cat. That'd be great for Chopper. MP9 in hand to support Shiro at the moment. And Zontix with the other SMGs just sitting, waiting for this approach out mid.
آروم آروم میاد جلو در کنار شیرو اما اکسشن موفق‌تر آمار اسنایپر رو هم دارن حالا باز کنه ماوز شیرو به سرعت بقیه پوزیشن میده ماجیکس حرکت خوش آغاز کرده سمت لانگ به سمت تاپ مید چه فضایی هم داره در اختیار خودش قرار میده یک بریک خوب اما نتونست از فرصت استفاده بکنه زانتیکس نتونست کاری ازش ببره ماجیکس
Full control of middle. Let's Magix walk away with the M4. Maybe they save again, but this is Spirit facing 4 map points on Dust 2.
آیتم های خودشون هستن سیفور هم پلند شده ماجیکس اکسشن کارشو تموم میکنه و شیرو اداره دو اسنایپر رو دیدید با هم که توجی موفق‌تر عمل میکنه
MOUZ have conjured up such a clean half. Donk's been neutralized as well.
Yeah. Still topping the charts, but again, you know, our desk at the start of in between the maps, Freya said, I just want to throw the numbers out the window after the fair that went down on Mirage. That makes total sense, but Jacob had such a compelling argument as to why the deadly duo at the top of Spirit are the best on Dust 2. But MOUZ has been playing against the numbers this entire time in Austin. We are one round away from this series going to Nuke, a map that Spirit have not beat MOUZ on all year long.
MOUZ یک امتیاز دیگه نیاز داره تا بازی رو بکشونه به مپ سوم.
Already up this catwalk. MOUZ are wasting no time to get this final blow, and look at them get caught off guard.
چه اشتباهی کرد شیرو.
They do. They don't have anything to fight back against this. I don't see a retake coming in with 3 MP9s.
New Spirits.
This could be the end of Dust 2.
Hard reset in between the maps for MOUZ.
Upgrade میکنه به AK.
One upgrade comes in for Magix. He's the important player here coming in from long.
Another smoke in front of the 3 players, and you know Spinks, if given the chance.
Where's he watching this?
نگه داشته اکسرشن در ارتفاع فرایکم میگیره تو ادامه کار واسه موفق ماجیکس و دونک با MP9 دو دابل کیل پیاپی 10 سکند دیفیوز و ماجیکس موفق تریپل کیل 2-4 رو اسپریت برمیگردونه.
But the starts of these rounds are still not convincing whatsoever.
But this is the thing. This is the best economic position they've been in the last 4 rounds. They actually won a round. They've been playing off of saves and buying down what they can behind the op that Shiro has been saving.
اسپریت 3 امتیاز پیاپی نیاز داره تا بازی رو بکشونه به اوورتایم.
Essentially, they gave themselves the best chance. MOUZ put themselves in a spot to just simply close that. It felt like a, you know, a third round of OG after you win the first 2 every single time with the way they were buying.
Utility pressure for Shiro to handle.
نمیتونه کاری از پیش ببره برگرده عقب. کنترل شورت در اختیار بازیکن MOUZ قرار گرفته 3 بازیکن اسپریت روی
Say though, T-side reads have been excellent for MOUZ.
Yes.
They've been picking the right timings to peak things.
If they try to commit
now, حالا سرازیر میشه به سمت بامزاد حرکت خودشون آغاز میکنن بازیکن MOUZ نمیتونه شیر شات خودش رو لند بکنه یک بار دیگه باز هم ناموفق ماجیکس زیر فشار سنگین دابل کیل برای این بازیکن 5-3 میکنه روند کار کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان اسپینکس یک از بک رو برگردون جواب میده اسپینکس دابل کیل برای بازیکن جیمی هم موفق حالا ادوانتیج در اختیار سرخپوشان MOUZ قرار گرفته اسپینکس اومده جلو چه فضایی در اختیار داره شیرو اسپورت میکنه یک نفر رو اما هنوز نتونسته کاری از پیش ببره شیرو اسپینکس خط سیتیسمان رو نگه داشته حالا سوینگ میکنه موفق هم هست و خود اسپینکس کار رو تمام میکنه و MOUZ بازی رو به مپ سوم یعنی نوک میکشونه. نه آموتونو دقیق نمیدون یه تایم کوتاهی طول میکشه تا اکیوریسیش بیاد بالا.
CT side, they had excellent tactics. They survived.
یه بیرایت بک سریع دیگه که بریم برای مپ سوم الان میام میشید.
They impressed here on Dust 2.
They absolutely did. Exertion after, I'm gonna say it, wasting those match points on Mirage. Tell me how you made sure that you didn't do the same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, we just kept our composure. We enjoyed the crowd here, and yeah, the energy is amazing. Even though we lost the first map, I think it was just really nice to play in this arena. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to give a third map, and let's make it a good one as well.
You've had Spirit's number before. Should they be afraid of you?
Yeah, we will see what the third map brings. You know, it's the major quarterfinal. We are here in fucking Austin. We're gonna fucking do it. And yeah, I'm excited to play.
Let's get it. Thank you.
Magix, yeah, we're going the full distance in this one. Tell me about that marathon so far of a series.
Well, that was kind of shaky on Dust 2 and as well on Mirage as well. I believe there was a lot of like weird situations going on the map, and I hope on Nuke we'll manage to get a better communication and just play better.
You just heard what MOUZ had to say on the other side. You've got an arena full of people here. You want to say anything to him?
No, not yet.
Soon enough. All right, well, thank you very much, Magic.
Thank you.
After what was a heartbreaking way to lose out on Mirage, we're talking quadruple overtime, no less. I was ready to be counting MOUZ out of this one, but not today, Peter. Just as you alluded to, MOUZ back and not going down.
You can say all you want that you don't care who wins it at the end of the day, but not being a part of the conversation whatsoever. If he's that far ahead, I'm with you. There's going to be a certain element that Donk in the back of his mind, I think, that's going to be pushing him forward in this map.
And I feel like he's going to be having, you know, a bit of vengeance, particularly coming off of that Dust 2, because it wasn't like he wasn't showing up in the fragging department on that particular map, right? I'm never going to be counting Donk out when you're coming into a decider like this.
He is putting it on the line every single round. The way that he was jumping through window, when there's flashes and mollies being thrown from MOUZ, he's trying to upset expectations every single time he gets an opportunity to shoot someone. Even if you know that the fight is 20% favored for him, 10% favored for him, he hits shots that nobody else in this server can.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the important role and positions that he plays, he can, in a Nuke, be a little bit of a one-man army. He can actually carry them through stretches, and it might be required. And that's why I'm curious, is he going to get any help outside? Is he going to get another extra rotation, an early one, just to help him get comfortable in this game? Because if he starts feeling targeted the way we've seen in the past when they play MOUZ on Nuke, that can really suck. So I mean, I think first priority for Spirit is make sure Donk's comfortable.
Well, we are ready to be diving into the decider between MOUZ and Spirit. It's all going to be going down on Nuke.
It's amazing to see everybody meeting their online friends in real life here at the Austin Major. USA, USA, USA. It's something special. Thank you guys for being here. Beyond the game, that's what matters the most.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. You know, my first real US event, the US Major, that's so elusive over the last 7 years, and yet here we are, and it's only the first of 7 games. 4 days long, folks. We've got 4 days to party here in the Moody Center. But this one's for elimination. It's MOUZ or it's Spirit going home. Somebody steps forward into the semis. Moody Center. Let's get ready.
خب به نام خدا در خدمت شما هستیم با گزارش مپ سوم بازی بین دو تیم MOUZ در برابر اسپریت. خیلی سریع حرکت میکنم به سمت بام سایت بالا. ماجیکس موفق توی گرفتن فرست بلاد. دانک با دابل کیل جواب میده. شیرو میاد برای کمک اسپینکس.
They don't care. They don't care if he wants to run away, if he wants to try something new.
رفت داخل بنز اما بدون
Spinks.
سیفون.
He has to find a way to get back to this bomb to make this possible. And Donk with 2 clean shots from that opposite vent. Feels like it's the 2 that sealed the deal. Entering through mini, well, that might be quite obvious. Spinks got to have perfect pre-aim here. Gets headshots.
That's great overwatch. They start to reconsider options, though. You get Zontix to go take a look towards lobby. Confirmed now, of course. Spinks over towards main. Pinned against the wall. Double swing to the other side. Full control here for Spirit. Despite MOUZ's best efforts, frazzling them out of the gate with a fast A rush in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Donk now has 63 kills. after these last two maps and this pistol round. It's becoming one of those classic sort of rating lines here with this lineup. And they lost us too, but it's not like Donk wasn't there. So what they're looking for here is a couple of things. I mean, for Nuke to go better. And in their record with MOUZ, I don't think they're actually that nervous or uncomfortable. I think MOUZ know that like they barely won in the overtimes, and like to replicate that is also its own kind of pressure. The question is more, you know, how many people are going to show up at the same time. Because when you look at a tournament that MOUZ play in, they all take turns top fragging. Like you never get one guy who's just the best all the way to the end. So that's fine for them. But for Spirit, it's always Donk.
Ouch. Hefty damage off the frag grenade plus Shiro over in the corner.
موفق شیرو همونجا حضور داره زائل کیل برای این بازیکن. سیرجن هم نتونست کاری از پیش ببره و برولن فورسبای هم بودن بازیکن ماوز.
Yeah. I think you got a tag on this. Well, Brolin knows he's hurt.
Yeah, stomping around down in the vents at this point.
Let me at him.
Somebody peek. This iron cage. It's going to be the end of him. All 5 players stand for Spirit.
Killing runs به سود
which allows them to start CT side. Pistol and conversion, unlike back on Dust 2.
Yeah, like maybe a little bit more calm here. Of course, the force up with no bomb plan is an interesting choice, but with how good MOUZ have been on some of these rounds, I'm not surprised they tried it. No early momentum for them.
Deagles across the board. MOUZ can have a little bit of fun in this one.
Yeah. It's kind of expensive, actually, to buy Deagles after losing that last round, no bomb plant. They get some kills here. I mean, it's at best MP9s for the most part, so we'll see if it pays off. They're like quickly before Cyclone says anything. Before he calls
It's on main at least. That's the bomb. Don't lose it there. Don't lose the bomb up there. Just in case. Just in the small chance that these Desert Eagles get a chance.
Looks like it almost got scary for Chopper. But now they're getting flanked. It looks like they're watching it. But yeah, Shiro doesn't really have to leave in this spot.
Not much you can do about it. Ooh, now the bomb's on top of main.
بمب اون بالا دراب شد. دانک سایده فارم بکنه موفق هم هست. اشاره و
That is where we've seen him targeted by
چیو کارو تموم میکنه تیم اسپریت موفق باز هم توی رسانه امتیاز.
They have dealt with Donk on this map specifically, and we see his great game, so we're going to check in on it sort of at each half at this juncture. When he's going to be playing in mini behind smokes, he's going to be crossing on T side. These smokes being breakable in CS2 is what's bringing the success to MOUZ, and their ability to isolate his timings. It's what's huge. It doesn't matter how good you are. When you're in mini, there's so much pressure on you. Now you take a team like MOUZ that are specifically good at fighting against these superstars. Donk is obviously going to have a hard time. There's going to be lots of utility they can throw from safety. There's going to be ways to break open smokes to expose them constantly, and so we have to see how Spirit are going to adapt to that.
Donk slipping around outer. They're already getting real dangerously close.
Did not hear this.
Push.
And he runs out of ammo, I think, right there.
Spinks jumps on him, only has 6 health left.
Spinks double kill. وای چه کرده سپینکس آنتیکس. یکی از فرک‌ها رو برمیگردونه اما کافی نیست. اسموک خودش استفاده میکنه. فکر میکنم اسموک
making sound as he climbs off HUD.
چقدر ضعیفم.
Jimmy's going to know Zontix isn't too far off.
Spinks looking to come into this later. Rest of his team going to take heed at the moment. Looks like Shiro's going to get flanked. Zontix actually might have made a good read by dropping down. We'll see if they end up going ramp or not, but Spinks is in a position to flank it. No, they're coming back to an open site.
Completely vacant. Spinks still deep outside as well. They'll go through the motions with the utility, but there is no chance for Spirit to stop this bomb plant. That's for damn sure, especially if Spinks controls the ladder.
I was thinking maybe they're going to go try to split with Spinks into the ramp. But no, they pick the perfect site, open, clean rounds. I mean, I don't think they're going to even try to retake with the offense play.
Triple kill
so far. The limitation of the health doesn't seem too big of a problem for him to deal with. And seeing Shiro head back for ramp to try to get save. Zontic's going to get mowed down as Jimmy
این
gets
از راه
aggressive
میرسه
outside main.
کمک اما نفر آخر رو هم دارم بازیکن ماوز.
So MOUZ have an early answer here, folks. 4 rounds into play, first T-round win found, and there is no guarantee that Shiro gets to heap this off. Pressure's on early for Spirit.
خود اسپینکس کواد کیل برای این بازیکن و نخستین امتیاز به سود ماوز.
Magics could have stopped all this, hitting one bullet from up there in heaven. But it didn't seem clear when he peeked out where exactly Spinks was in his mind. Because he went out really wide, he was aiming in the wrong place, and the adjustment was obviously off. Wow. And you know, with Spinks joining this team, the other crazy part about it was how good and consistent he's been, just looking comfortable, like he's played on the team for a long time. But he really hasn't been the story of the match so far for MOUZ.
Beautiful duel from Torzi. We get the first real set of support for Donk. We get an op duel instantly. Donk's going to pick it up. Give a taste of his medicine right back to Torzi, but he doesn't control the secret stairs, which means Xerxion's got a chance to take a look down lower. Zontic's already down here to try to deal with it.
Yeah, they're spotting it, and there's 2 cross smokes. They have to be paranoid about them. Let's see about this duel, Xerxion.
خود زاندیکس موفق‌تر عمل میکنه. چاپر حرکت کرده به سمت outside.
The walls are coming in around them. They don't know it yet. Technically, there's still a good move here to be made if they can figure it out.
Hello. Fire from the depths.
رد میکنه سمت بام ساید. ماجیکس موفق. خود ماجیکس ساحل کیل برای این بازیکن و سفینکس تنک به 4 نفر اول چه کار میکنه؟ تنک به 3 C4 هم در اختیار او قرار گرفته و موضع باشم بازیکن اسپریتس C4 هم پلنس میکنه. آمار یک نفر رو داره سمت هون اما دانک اجازه فرار رو بهش نمیده و با اسنایپش موفق میشه دابل کیل بزنه.
Like op to op, Torzi's waiting for him on that specific angle. Donk has to have that perfect clear, and this is not his full-time job. I mean, it's not even his part-time job, man. He's literally opping as a freelancer once in a while, you know? And so it's so key and so important that he takes the perfect fight at the perfect moment, the perfect swing. Because we saw what Torzi just did that to Shiro. He really saved it. What a bounce back here for Magix. Died in that peak up in heaven. Not a lick of damage.
Torzi peeking into the opera goes well. Torzi holding the angle is the end of it. I want to get a temperature check here, Moody Center. Who thinks MOUZ wins this match? And make some noise if Donk goes on!
That's what it feels like. One guy versus a whole team.
No.
And he's still strong enough to actually do it.
Unfortunately, wasn't on Dust 2 despite a great showing out of him, at least numerically. It's nice to see the support with him already outside, though. Feel like some of the key points the desk brought up have already been brought to the table.
Smashed every record in his rookie year, won a major also, and now returning champ with their most important piece in perfect condition.
Xerxion burnt a bit. Brave challenge for him to take against Shiro. But he is just immediately down into the secret stairs. Softened up, but it's a fast move from Chopper down those vents. And you saw the frustration on Xerxion when he wasn't able to best Zontix 1 round ago in a head-to-head duel outside those vents. But Chopper actually comes up. There is nobody downstairs for Spirit at the moment. Nobody.
Yeah, he smoked it down lower, so unless they go and refill Zontix's position, he's also put his smoke down on ramp. They just don't want to fall for this. Everyone on the T side is still upstairs.
MOUZ.
Incendiary in hand for Magix. He's going to drop that on Hut. Should cut off Jimmy, but more attention outer first.
This is a crazy risk from Shiro. They could be a big garage.
He gets away from it. Now that position in garage is occupied by Spinks. Jimmy's going to get this.
اوپری فرانک میاد داخل اسکویکی 40 ثانیه زمان دانک خط هیون رو نگه داشته ماجیکس باید مین رو کنترل بکنه این کار رو هم داره انجام میده دانک ببینیم میتونه کارت بکنه یا نه خطش رو جا به جا میکنه یه استپ میاد پایین تر تا همین سیفتر عمل بکنه 3 بازیکن ماوز دارن میرن سمت هیون 20 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده باید سریعتر حرکت خودشون رو آغاز بکنن دانک خط نگه داشته ماجیکس حالا میاد داخل فایت دانک هم موفق تو ادامه کار اکسرشن خط رو رد کرده چه گپی افتاد توی هات 3-2 تورجی نیاز برای پلنته سیفور زانتیکس آخیش فکر چاپر رو نمی کردن اینجا و حالا تورجی تو ماده تنگ بسه قرار گرفته و شیر کارش رو تموم میکنه و اسپریت موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز 5.
The first thing is, when they take that outside play, they do not fall for the idea that MOUZ are going across in a lower. Zershin gets down there, they know they've let one by, but they make the rotation really slow, right? It looks like they're not prepared for a lower play, but they have ramp smoked, they have lower smoked when Chopper leaves for a second, and by the time they get back up here, this is what they expected the whole time, you know? And what makes this really easy is Chopper winning his duel versus Squeaky and then pushing into it. Now they know they can face forward, take open angles to heaven from outside the hut, and they've been very good when they know they've opened up an angle of using it against their opponents. MOUZ don't have answers right now. Their T side looks pretty obvious here to Spirit, and the kills are going their way too.
Chopper finds a small piece of Sanctuary top hut.
راند هفتم پیستول آرمور بای ماوز اسپورت زانتیکس ترک میکنه اما یه ذره خطرناک شد کار زانتیکس سعی داره کارتوزی بکنه ترید انجام میشه توسط اسپینکس چاپر روی بام سایت سورپرایزش میکنه جیمی چه فرصتی رو داره از دست میده تیم اسپیریت
They do this with a split to lower. They get a committed player on the ramp.
Chopper has no idea
about anything coming in from secret. So I don't know if this wasn't calm to him. They had absolutely no idea. But this is a round where you can't justify that. Last round, you know, T's get smokes on the crosses. It's more hard to peek outside, so the CTs might not be able to fight him. But here, what's your excuse? You know, at worst, it's Tech 9's coming across. At worst, you should be able to at least know who crossed.
We kind of lose track of Jimmy downstairs, just from an observing point of view, because Zontix is so under pressure.
Did he? Yeah, I don't.
Double doors was open, and Chopper was stuck backside.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him on the mini-map lower, but I don't know if he dropped Ben or if he got across.
See if the replays explain
secret really quickly, but either way.
Nice tap as well here from Spinks.
He's already control side when this happens.
Yeah. Can't make sense of that, but I mean, MOUZ, excellent way to kickstart this T-side right back into a threatening position. 7 rounds into this. Considering the clutch rounds were the bane back on Mirage, it is great for them to pull out the X factor here on Nuke.
No, definitely.
Shiro hunting for any sort of confirmation to this outer presence behind the wall of smokes.
It's just
so far sees nothing.
Such
a difficult job generating opportunities when you're on the AWP here on Nuke. All the utility outside designed to block and obfuscate your vision, turn you around to make you rotate. And they get by him.
Ooh, do they get by him or does he sneak behind them?
Spinks موفق شیرو دابل کیل دانک از راه میرسه برای کمک
to sweep down that last one. So we go 4v2. A recovery mission yet again out of MOUZ.
4-2 جیمی و برولان.
The timings they're taking. Zontix will also run into one. Bomb gets
به موقع از راه میرسه C4 هم دراب شد تا همه چیز مهیاست تا اسپریت بتونه امتیاز ششم رو از آن خودش بکنه.
Yeah, don't want to doubt him, but I think they're just happy to let him save in this spot. Uses it as an extended tack pause. But what are we seeing here? Spirit are catching them off right in the middle of their place. Every single time they're setting up and staging utility. Like, why was it that Shiro in that last round peeked out so wide from hell as soon as they smoked Mini? That's when it's dangerous for him. if that's MOUZ showing him they're outside, they could be big garage and going wide. He goes out wider, and he still gets a shot and gets away. Spirit are super comfortable right now with the utility that they're spotting. And I don't know if MOUZ have enough new stuff to show. This might be the problem for Spirit when we get into the second half. Again, these guys have shown so much against each other in overtime Nuke games.
If it wasn't for the T-side back on Mirage, where we saw a lot of different looks out of MOUZ as that T-side went on, maybe I would start to lose faith in it.
And that makes sense because they don't see Mirage in their series.
Okay.
So, yeah, that really elucidates how, you know,
see what you're selling.
Mirage feels different.
What I will say is it's nice to see Donk so supported already by Shiro.
Definitely.
Heavy presence outer with the op already for MOUZ to have to handle. And in the middle of that, you've got Donk double digits on the kill count.
I think one thing's for sure,
درخواست
MOUZ are not getting away
دومین
with
بخش
murky
سرعت
plays, and
فنی
that kind of just
برای
has to go now.
MOUZ
They
Sports.
won around forcefully on the exec down lower just by putting pressure and pace. And I think, honestly, if it's a team that is so aware of your set strategies, it's time to change gears. We'll see if Cyclone's going to call this, but this is a position where you look back on your only success and you think, well, how do we open up ramp really quickly? Do we throw in our upper pops as soon as the round starts? If they go ahead and call it another slow default, it better be very convincing or they're going to get embarrassed.
It's all the money on the line. It's still Brolin sitting 0 kills. Zershin only 1. Tactics out the window. Got a call on them to hit some shots as well.
6 2 4 امتیاز اختلاف نتیجه بازی تا به اینجای کار به سود تیم اسپریت.
I'm going to say this is a brave call because stylistically it's matched up to the rounds that haven't worked. Right. Now let's see what Cyclone has brought to this round.
Oh, exposed. Zershin just a sitting.
به موقع خود دانک دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. وای خدای من دانک تریپل کیل.
He's like a spinning top here. This is insane from Donk. Second kill he doesn't even see. This was like the first time we saw him play Nuke back at Kato.
Every single fight that's come his way this round, an instant kill.
He not only knows how he wants to attack, he knows how you're going to try to attack.
Now the offer's trying to get at him. Jim Pat from the top of main catches Donk off,
میرسه شیرو
is
هم
not alone.
موفق 7-2.
Support is right there for him. On top of another Donk multi.
دانک به خاطر اینکه اون اولش که اومد یه ذره خودش خراب کرد دیگه.
Donk
کل
might
کل
set
کرد.
some sort of best of 3 kill record in this series. While Brolin has yet to get on the board.
رولان 0-8.
How many frags for Donk ahead of
مقام
this third
رفتی
map?
ایجنتی رو رد کرده سلطان.
60 kills in those first 2 maps.
73 frags in this quarterfinal at the moment.
This is, we're getting into kills that most people wish to get in a full best of 5 already for Donk.
And it's Tech9's yet again for MOUZ. We'll see if that kind of gets the shackles off, right? One of the rounds MOUZ actually have on the board is with a buy like this. And you said it. It was a brave call to go back to what wasn't working a round ago.
Yes, and they did. They killed them the exact same way. They revealed their positions. They caught them going slow outside. The tack fails.
Flash out towards ramp. Shiro, though, again, I mean, this has got shades of what went badly
فشار
last time.
حضور داره کاری از پیش نمیبره.
Offer's gonna get gunned down. You've already
اگه پیاپی وای اسفینکس اگه مهمی رو رنز میکنه دانک زیر فشار سنگین و هم نتونست فرنگ بزنه فقط دمیج زد و حالا ماجیکس تو مات تک به 3 هر 3 بازیکن جانباز.
How did MOUZ avoid him? I'm sure they assume a rotate is coming in. And even though they're low on HP, they're using vision to their advantage. They keep Torzy back. He's getting information.
Magix knows he's got to get it active.
But they're actually, are they going to re-aggress? Jimmy floating up and down.
Nah, they're sending Spinks upstairs. He's going to find a vacant site, and then all is good because the bomb's right with it, while selling some utility to Magix. At least that's what they could do.
Yeah, I mean,
Spinks is now up in the Raptors A site just to confirm it, and still there's plenty of time.
You can get into a really great spot, and
they're gone.
They can follow up behind this.
این کار رو انجام میدن روتیشن به سمت بام سایت ایجی میره برای پلنت C4 و حالا کار ماجیکس سخت میشه. پوزیشن خیلی خوبی داشت، خیلی اوورپاور بود.
That works off the back of Tech9's. They can win because they have the firepower. Maybe it's the carefree attitude of being able to swing and trade really fast. But the one red thread here is that they're going fast. All the other rounds that have failed where they've been systematically picked apart when they're coming through with what looks like these cool defaults that are, you know, really mysterious and, you have no idea what their end plan is. They've just fell flat.
I think for the rest of this half, 2 rounds left to play out. To hell with the strategy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Play with a little fire.
Get a little scrimmy, honestly.
Yep. It is straight up aggression down that ramp. It's opened the rounds twice.
It's almost as if you want to play like it's OT already, and it feels like you have to respect the fact that the other team is so onto you. Now, when we compare their head-to-head, MOUZ beats Spirit. But when we look at Spirit's Nuke, they are much better, both at CT and T side. MOUZ are going to do better on CT side, but their T side does struggle. This is still below par.
See if there's any kind of tempo change. They are running out of runway for this T side.
They get 5 rounds, they'll be on par.
آره محسن شنیده بودم این افسانو.
2 ramp room Tech 9 rushes. That's what makes up 2/3 of this half so far from MOUZ. But Chopper looks to step into the lobby, pays the price.
واسه موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک رسید MOUZ.
And got spotted, right?
It's wild that it's Spirit who are still playing with a bit more aggression. MOUZ happy to just lean back again and again and allow for this fight to come to them.
MOUZ
got no test outside. He's down secret now.
Yeah, if he goes down secret though, and they're up here, unless they do a vent dive, they're going to run through the hardest possible route. We'll see if they can take out Zontix. That'll be step 1.
He changes it up. Instead of playing in ramp where he can get run down, he plays in trophy, where he's able to peel 2 players off this. So he puts Spirit back into the even man.
Exertion's too late to protect the vents. They get to rotate down. Will they find him? That's the question.
Looks like Donk has slipped beyond. Into the single door he'll go. His teammates eventually coming to join him.
But they are not pushing yet.
Now they route through over towards control, so it's control stairs for Torchy. No cover on the plant. Oh, he gets him off.
Wow,
یه لحظه اشتباه از برولان جامپ زد اثباتش کرد دانک اما تریک توسط تورجی انجام میشه 2-2 میشه روند کار 25 ثانیه زمان شیرو و ماجیکس در برابر اکسرشن و تورجی 20 ثانیه پشت دابل دور شیرو منتظر فرصت ماجیکس یه لحظه خطرناک ریسک میکنه و میاد خط باز میکنه 15 ثانیه میه برای پلانت C4 اکسرشن موفق و تورجی دابل کیل برای بازیکن کارو تمام میکنه و MOUZ موفق توی گرفتن امتیاز.
Knew that he could get away with the full spray. Every bullet in, and he set his team up for a really strong position at the retake. Zontix assisted after these kills came down. But that's amazing. Honestly, like, you would come in spray if you don't get the kill. You're not watching every part of your screen. You assume someone could eventually peek you, but he just knows he can get every bullet out. It's like he just so quick to the information, checking in on everything. Got a timeout called here for Spirit.
Stupid ass Celsius.
Yeah, I'll pretend I don't know. Just for today. Zero kills for Brolin, 1 kill for Xerxen, but they still managed to get 4 rounds.
You said 5 is par for the course.
Yeah.
Well, what do? They're going to take this one to the ramp room. Here's that aggression we wanted to see.
چه دمیجی دارن میام سمت بامس زونتیکس تریپل که چه دمیجی هم زد ماجیکس هم موفق باش بیاش فرار میکنه و تورجی راند آخر نیمه اول مپ سوم هم هست و اینجا شیرو کار تموم میکنه اسپریت موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز.
A CT half between MOUZ and elimination at the major.
This is the blacklight hot seat
trivia.
This is what we're putting some of our players to the test.
Tech9s barely keep MOUZ in that one with half of their rounds on that T side by way of ramp rush. It is Donk on an absolute tear since the start of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's been a massive series for him overall. 60 kills. He's already on pace to maybe get another 30 in this game if he plays his cards right. The game steps a little bit closer here with MOUZ winning a couple of force buys, but if not for those, it was a crushing half. Spirit, I think, mentally 10-2'd this. They come out 8-4. They look to have the pistol, but really bring that feeling together. But for MOUZ, they've got a lot to prove here on CT side, a lot to show us if we want to believe that they can actually take this.
Both Brolin and Zershin are going to have to dig deep into their souls to find a way to play better on the CT side. 1 kill between 2 players on this team.
That's a gap found.
Spinks is going to get the first blood in the second pistol, trying to get another one over
موفق تو گرفتن خواسته فرگ پیسوران خود اسفینکس دابل کیل اکسشن هم از راه میرسه برای کمک 5-2 آمار نفر 4م رو هم دارن بازیکنان این تیم خود اکسرشن یک دابل کیل هم برای او آمار نفر 5م رو هم حالا دارن شیرو سعی داره کارسازی بکنه فشار بیشتر میکنن تورجی کار رو تموم میکنه و MOUZ موفق تو گرفتن پیستول راوند
Great shots, and they even snuck by
into mini
while all this was happening. So it became a very scary situation for the upper players.
میجر شروع شد گفت فایتلتی قهرمان
on Chopper took out the threat instantly.
راست می
And that brings this game very much back into fruition again. MOUZ much stronger on CT side. Probably needed that pistol. Now they're in a decent spot.
Spirit opt to go Desert Eagle on Donk, nothing else to work with.
خیلی هم بچه گفته بودن مانیتورهای میجر بد بوده. نمیدونم چرا ولی راضی نبودن از مانیتورهای میجر.
How many rounds of play before Brolin gets his first? That's a scary question to have to ask. And imagine he's probably asking himself right now in this moment.
Every time he touches tab, outside رو نگه داشتن موفق خود اکسرشن برای پیاپی خیلی راحت
Couldn't even hand him an eco on that
MOUZ
one.
سپورت موفق میشه امتیاز چشم رو از آن خودش بکنه 500 هرتز نه لزوما سر هرتزش نبوده نمیدونم سر چی بوده که ناراضی بودن ولی خیلی گفته بودم مانیتورها خوب نبوده
What I don't want to see is some weird buy patterns out of Spirit's T side again.
That was forced because they like made all those saves happen. It's kind of weird that happened, but
it certainly held them back on Dust 2. Spirit's chance to shut down any hopes MOUZ has instantly. Zershin tucked in. He's got Torji to try to draw attention. As far as frag grenades go, it's just Zershin. He's burning. Still, Donk steps up to the fight.
Yeah,
1-to-1.
He didn't even need to. Zershin would not have been able to get out of there. Maybe with 1 HP jumping down, that's what he was worried about, but Zershin happy that he went and peeked him.
Thing is, Zershin saw nobody else, and then just as quickly as Donk dies, 3 players from Spirit slip down secret.
Yes, and there is no move here from the CT side to get lower, and this is information Torzi thinks that he has for his teammates. Brolin's coming in a little late to ramp. Spirit, they probably have a suspicion that they're in a good spot, but they don't have to split, so they do have to go a little slower. They can still be event presence. They know that ramp hasn't been dealt with, and they don't know if they've been spotted 100%.
Brolin a little bit worried about the approach. Still taking a little glimpse out through those ramp doors.
Looks like they're just trying to make this a quick fake.
Utility in the top. Missed Molotov at Azontex. That's not going to sell anything.
Brolin
trying to get some damage in. That's the bomb spotted.
سینگل رو نگه داشته بود کنترل بامسا در اختیار اسپریت قرار میگیره برولان اومده بیرون فشار سردار بیشتر بکنن چاپر موفق تر شیرو او هم موفق 4-2 میکنن روند کار و تورجی اسپرک ها رو بر میگردونه حالا کار خطرناک شد 2-2 ماجیکس روی اچ پی هست بوم اون بر پلند شده بوم اون بر پلند شده بوم اون بر پلند شده هرچند بی خیال شد و اسپریت موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز. اگه دیفیوز کیت بود گرفته بودن راندو.
What a scary moment. It looked like Zontix was this perfect piece of the puzzle to come in late with the bomb planted back sight. There was actually a world where they defused this. Oh.
ای بابا جستان دست رو دلمون نذار که خونه.
Needed that one frag from control. And now without that, Spirit keep it a 3-round lead.
Insane that Magic doesn't die. From 16 health down to 6 off of the wall bang on Dark.
Expensive one here, man.
Already all the money for MOUZ on the line here in the 16th. Spirit put that pressure right back on them to the pistol be damned.
We've got to keep reminding ourselves this is the end of someone's major. This series ends here in this second half.
Well done. خیلی سریع مولی رو با مولی جواب داد. میاد داخل هات اما ماجیکس موفق تر تو ادامه کار اسپینگ سر کارسیز بکنه شیرو تیر رو انجام میده. یک بریک اکسرشن موفق تر. هنوز سیفور پلنت نشده تو موقعیت 3-3 قرار گرفتن. اسمو که مین رفرش میشه. اکسرشن داره میاد داخل. زانتیکس ببینیم چک میکنه یا نه. خطا رو باز میکنن. دانک و زانتیکس حالا تک به تک و جیمی دابل کیل برای این بازیکن و ماوز موفق میشه امتیاز رو برگردونه به سوی خودش. چه راند مخوفی بود.
It's technically a 3v2 for the second. They jump on that right away. Didn't need Brolin's help once again. They make this a closer game. Spirit put themselves in a crushing position here. Economically, this would have been devastating for MOUZ, but MOUZ survived it.
And they do it with a change-up on the tempo.
Oh, such a brave call to make. Last bullet hits the head, bends around the corner of that rafter.
How many times back on T-side were we calling for something like that? Throw a wrench in the works, get crazy. They do it in a retake timing, and it works.
Spirit in this spot, though. They know that this is just still was an expensive round for MOUZ. It's going to continue to be pressured for them. And every round until there's an answer back, could be facing a double save. We're getting close to the end of this game. These two teams know they can beat each other. They know how close they play against each other. There's so much more on the line than even just advancing in this major, proving in this head-to-head, proving on Nuke itself.
I'd say
because you can win every other series in the year, but if you don't win at the major, no one cares.
Not just that, but I mean, MOUZ, they've already done what Spirit are hoping to do, which is win the map they haven't been able to.
Look at this. Look at this. Everyone's chips are on the table, all in from both sides. Every dollar invested.
Massive round right here, right now. The 17th has real implications. They missed the move.
Oy, چه میسی، چه میسی، چه میسی. نتونستن بوست رو در همدیگر رو بازی کنه. ماوز حالا اسپریت فرصت داره. ببینیم اگه تورجی بتونه نجاتشون بده. سرسه میکنه رونده کار دارن میان داخل که این آیتم مجبورشون میکنه برگردن رقب. زانتیکس
3v3 now. The two rotations downstairs don't matter as much. Spirit were about to cheat and get upstairs.
This is interesting position. Zershin and Zontix have kind of swapped sides.
But Zontix should be able to tell them that he's pushed something.
They could just go ahead and avoid this. They could walk out hut and they could take that site. And while Zershin's still unknown to them, Torsi's holding this angle. He gives it up, and he gives it up, and as he does, they start to cross. And then Zontix gets vision.
تورجی منظور رسید نتونه شاتشو لنز بکنه مستقیم میره داخل اسکویکی زانتیکس.
He knows there's no way to swing out on that low HP. It's going to have to once again be something crazy for the CT side, and I don't know if they're in a spot to do it. It was too expensive this round. Everybody pushed all in. They're going to take it. Zontix makes the key move. And MOUZ failed the boost. When we go back to Mirage, man, it was moments of mechanical errors, a little bit of fog with, you know, double smoking or missing something or leaving a bomb. It was those things that eventually caught up to MOUZ that we didn't see Spirit do. And here, they couldn't achieve the setup they were looking for versus a rush when it very much mattered. Double ramp was correct. double ramp in this spot was not.
Oh, the step up.
And
He hears it coming, so he just bails on it.
نشست نفر
And
اول.
Roland sat there like a sitting duck. And Sontic's no longer playing games. Takes that fight right to Xertion.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, yeah, gotta understand where we're at in this specific map. Everything invested.
Emotions start to run high, frustration on their faces.
از آخرین وقت استراحت فنی
This could
MOUZ
shape up to be a total tragedy here for
دو
MOUZ.
تیم دیگه وقت استراحت
They pulled
فنی
off
تا
two half-by
پایان
rushes in the
نیمه
first
دوم
half.
نخواهند داشت.
They did it on Dust 2 on CT side as well.
هفت.
Quite honestly, the buy is not as horrendous as it could have been for MOUZ. Still
یه دونه
double
فرق زده
MP9
یک
and
14.
on the off. You want to be the leader of this team?
توجی
You want to rally the troops
آیتم
and pull off
ها
something
مجبور
magical
میشه
here and now.
پوزیشنش رو عوض بکنه سریعتر جواب میده. تورجی موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. جیمی خط خوبی رو نگه داشته توی اسموک، اما زانتیک سید رو انجام میده. 3-4 ادوانتیج کماکان در دستان MOUZ قرار گرفته. سپینکس
They know the op is rotating around the back. Magic's
برمیگرده
probably in a hard
عقب،
spot to
ادامه
find.
نمیده به فایت. تورجی داشته باشه که یک بازیکن حضور داره. زانتیکس موفق است، اما تورجی گردن وزیکس رو قطع میکنه بالای مین. شیرو و زانتیکس باشه 23. باشون سخته بازیکن اسپیت گرفتنه.
Critical component of their success.
این امتیاز.
Spirit playing with the clock. Time is a resource in Counter-Strike.
And you know that Spirit use it well. We've seen them in low number spot. They are by far the better team.
45 ثانیه در کنار هم. در حال تغییر جهت به سمت بام سایت اسپینکس در ارتفاع حضور داره. موفق خود اسپینکس.
Shaves them off, and he has been the saving grace of MOUZ so far. Now Torji stepping up right there with him.
Yeah, those kills were just critical. Donk gets him down to 52. If Torzi, I mean, it's so quick that if Torzi isn't loosely aiming at him in this direction, he wouldn't have time to get that shot off straight up. He wouldn't have had that time to simply track and flick and shoot. And then that, I mean, that is steady in a pressured moment if I've ever seen it.
ای بابا هوم.
Looks like this one's going to be down to the wire. MOUZ are back on their feet off that buy.
Spirit have to give them just a little more rope in this tug of war of a second half. It's 5 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive round wins. This entire game teeters.
An op on the line. No one committed. No rifle here. Is this going to be the way?
I mean, this is what.
Torji چطور عمل لعنت بکنه. موفق.
with those flashbangs. Torji
4-5 برمیگرده عقب. اکسرشن اینجا حضور داره، از نید خودش استفاده میکنه. تورجی تا سرعت رو کم کنه. بازیکن اسپریت برمیگرده عقب.
Question is, how do you make a better round? You don't have a split. You could go lower, but you already heard that rotation down. They'll still take the move.
And unlike when we had MOUZ just barreled down into this bomb site, there's no actual CT up close.
Yeah, they fortified in hell, but that means that Jimmy doesn't have a fast rotation. He's here alone.
It's okay, he'll lean back. He'll try to control the double side. Still just eyes over towards the vent. So much here for Jimmy to do. Concerned about all the positioning, doesn't know what's safe, doesn't know what's not. But the threat is coming, sprinting at him with 30 seconds, single door open, Sphinx.
از راه میرسه، در رو باز میکنه خود اسفینکس. موفق. زانتیکس تنها باقی مونده. تنک به 4 که به اولان کارش رو تمام کنه. اختلاف میرسه به 1 امتیاز.
Very nicely done. I mean, you know, Jimmy, like, you can leave him. The Finns love solitude. You leave him alone, he thrives in it. He's there, he gets the spot in on control side, takes a running shot at it, and he just disengages. He understands they're going to try to swarm him from control. He has the right protocols. He made that look very safe.
But that was it. That was the slack. That was an offering for Spirit. Not one for peace, but one to get right back to war. AKs in hand. Donk and Zontics top of the board. And Torzy trying to loosen up a little outer ahead of this smoke at the beginning, but pops it open to no confirmation as to whether Spirit are back here.
It's crazy because he's solo here a lot. No one's needing these smokes open for him. He is taking all the responsibility on his shoulders. Last time, he could bear the weight.
There was much more team play from Spirit's CT side, outer. Donk had all the help he needed, but maybe Torzy doesn't need it at all.
سخت شد برای تیم اسپریت دوباره موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک کنه تورجی. دارن به دمیج توی اسموک دمیج بزنن به بازیکن اسپریت. تورجی کماکان اطراف نگه داشته، زانتیک سر مقابلش. یک بار دیگه تورجی تاکنیکل برای این بازیکن خوب داره کار میکنه برای
This lower crawl only has 2 players. They've got one back in lobby. This is a really simple looking round. I mean, Spirit are going to have to do something absolutely insane to pull this back.
2 flashes and a frag. Both sides of that lower site. Magic still yet to join forces. If he can win this fight, he finds timing. Oh, the perfect timing.
No head over there on Spinks. He gets popped like a grape.
Still downstairs. Dawn takes a look up.
چک میشه اکسپشن خط درستی نگهداشت شد. رولان هم موفق و حالا چاپر تنها باقی مونده و یک فرگ فاصله است تا ماوز بتونه کامبک رو تکمیل بکنه. این اتفاق هم میفته و حالا 10-10 نتیجه بازی برابر.
These past couple have been so impactful and
هر
again
دو تیم
very
3
little
امتیاز
support for
دیگه
him
لازم دارن
outdoors.
تا بازی رو به پایان برسونن.
And even when Spinks gets caught on that squeaky door, nothing gets too frantic for MOUZ.
You're seeing the laser focus. They've got their CT side. This is where they're comfortable, looking to make this comeback happen.
That back and forth affair has cost Spirit a few rounds, having to purchase up with rounds like these. They let 2 of these buys win against them. And so far they've been able to do nothing when very quick with the lesser guns.
لنز بکنه برمیگرده عقب. اکسرشن هم موفق. 3-5.
That's outer red dead here. The numbers are low once again.
سیو هم هستن بازیکن اسپریت. چانسشون خیلی زیاده بازیکن ماوز که بتونن امتیاز 11 رو از آن خودشون بکنن.
Feel like they'd have to lean on them after that. Now it seems like that's the case. A lead in store for MOUZ. They don't make any bad decisions.
A little bit of ramp room still to work with. If anything, this is the space you've earned. It cost you 2 bodies, and it could damn well cost you more.
همه ریزی میزنه به دان.
Donk sitting on 53 health. It is Tech 9s and a Glock. At the very least, Shiro's got a smoke. If he can cover up the bomb plant, maybe we get weird in Austin. But Spinks is going to find the perfect time to go out.
شده اسپینکس با جیبی موفق و این هم از فرگ آخر و امتیاز 11 هم در دستان بازیکن ماوز.
MOUZ are in the lead.
This entire major has been about MOUZ reclaiming space. When we wrote
دو
them off after a
امتیاز دیگه
slow
ماوز
start, that 0-2
احتیاج داره
day
تا صعود
spelled
به
disaster.
سمی
They
فاینال.
watched Falcons fail. And they had to step into the same spotlight with the pressure on them. This is a team, you go back to Copenhagen with Shuhei, they cleared their opening stage 3-0. It's the first time they find themselves in playoffs without their original captain.
گان راند بعدی تیم اسپریت این راند اگر از دست بدن
3 kills on map 3.
باشون تموم شده است. بعید میدونم بتونن راند بعدی رو از آن خودشون بکنن. اکونومیشون جالب نخواهد بود.
A chance for Spirit to try to respond. They don't have the option. Would like to maybe see.
سمت ماوز بانکو پر
How many more openings will they give up to Torzy outside?
راحت میتونن وای کنن اگر حتی این امتیاز رو از دست بدن و این برتری عجیبی رو میرسونه بهشون توی راند 22 مپ سوم. یه لحظه اشتباه. دانک موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. به سمت زیکتر اسفینکس موفق تر. 4-4 ترید انجام میشه توسط این بازیکن. از 50 ثانیه زمان
difficult to hold this back, especially with 3 kills to your name. And
he
he doesn't even realize it, but he's watching 2 positions. But here's Jimmy. Does he have to let this go? Brolin, you gotta watch something.
موفق تو ادامه کار. جیمی سعی داره پوزیشن خودش رو عوض بکنه، فشار سنگین تر و این سعی داره کارسازی بکنه. اکسرشن چه چه ریاکشنی از خودش نشون داد. اکسرشن چه فرصتی از دست داد تیم اسپیریت. و حالا توی این راند که مچ پوینت ماوس اسپورتس هست کارشون سخت میشه. بازیکن اسپیریت ماجیک سودون بالا که نتونست شات‌هاشو لنز بکنه. چه فرصتی، چه ویف بدموقعی. هرچه دارند بای میکنن. 3 گلیل مکتن دیزرت در دستان شیرو. راند 23 بازی رو شاهد هستیم.
A crowd suddenly frothing at the mouth for their elimination. Because the comeback in this series from MOUZ is so real. 2 chances to close out. They failed to end it with 4 on Mirage.
ما پرتاب میشه سعی دارن بیان به سمت بام سایت. ایبرالان موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرام ایسر دو انجام میده. تورجی و اسپیس جواب میدن. خود جیمی از راه میرسه و شیرو نفر آخر شاتشو لند میکنه. تک بسه تبدیل میشه به تک به 2. اما اسپورت تموم نشده با یک دیزرت. وظیفه نجات تیمش رو بر عهده داره شیرو اسنایپر تیم اسپیریت. سشن و اسپینکس در برابر اسپینکس در پوزیشن داخل ایونت. شیرو انجگویلان بیشتر توی اشاقش نیست. 2 تاشو خرج کرده. ایلوت هم نکرده. میره برای پلانتسی 4.
But Spinks decides not to make his move. Double door swung. Shiro back exposed. Doesn't know it. Hiding in the corner.
و تمام. جی تیم اسپیریت حذف شد از میجر.
This may be remembered as MOUZ's biggest, strongest win. All the right players, their new lineup, the amount of X factor and clutches they had to survive in the map 1. Incredible performance here on stage.
And a pat on Brolin's back for holding his nerve.
چه بازی مخوفی بود.
Incredibly underwhelming individual performance.
چقدر قشنگ بود بازیشون. باری کله جیجی. اولین بار از بازی ماوز لذت میبره. شاکریم. سلامت باشی.
You did it! You beat Spirit here in Austin. You're going to the semifinals. Talk me through this win.
First of all, I just want to say, fuck your pecans!
عجب تیکی انداخت. سلام چطوری؟
We should have won Mirage as well. It was really close. I lost
عجب
really
تیکی
important
انداخت.
touches, and I was not happy after that. But on Dust, we stepped up, and the team played really good. And I'm just really happy and proud of my teammates. Even maybe also in Nuke, some of us were struggling, but we still stepped up on City's side, and it was really important. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, about Nuke specifically, right? Because usually you do have Spirit's number, and you also have Spirit's number on Nuke. So how did you feel when it didn't really go your way on the T side, and that you had to claw it back? Was there ever a moment of despair?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, how did you claw your way back on Nuke?
Yeah, I feel like Nuke is one of our best map, you know. So we are really confident, and I told the boys, even if we have 4 runs on T side, it's enough because on group stage we had 3 runs and we still came back. So yeah, I really trust our city side, and we know when we get there we will destroy them, and that's what happened. We just had to stay composed and focused, and yeah.
Can you say something about your IGL? Because I'm sure he put in a lot of work, but in the beginning the kills weren't really ticking up. Did he say something about that?
جالب بود ولی این بازی رو بردن و رولان کلا فکرم 3 تا زد تا آخر بازی. ولی خب بازم بردن. چاکرم حسام. آقا فردا احتمالا همین ساعت لایو میشیم.
A win is a win
میریم
for
سر وقت بازی ناوی وایتالیتی.
And the Austin crowd, however, has been really behind you, and now you're going into those semifinals. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, I would just say thank you for cheering for us, even if you are here in the arena or if you are at home. Thank you so much, and
عشقای من مرسی که همراه ما بودین. امیدوارم از گزارش لذت برده باشین. آپلود میشه توی
That's it. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
فردا همین ساعت میایم برای بازی ناوی. دوستتون دارم شاید به مدت مدید میبینمتون. مواظب خودتون باشید تا فردا. بای بای.